Test, test.
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Mark Blank, and we're back on the record in the Public Service Company Distributed System Plan and Virtual Power Plant, proceeding 24A-0547E and 25A-0061E. Preliminary matters before we continue with Mr. Pollack. Ms. Stockmeyer.
Good morning, Chair. As I raised yesterday morning, the settlement testimony of Boulder witness Matt Lehrman regarding settlements that were filed in this case did not make it into hearing exhibit 2300, and so were not automatically admitted into the record. You requested that I contact Ms. Dundas, and I did, and I believe UCA was in the same situation. And so we were able to connect with Ms. Dundas, and she suggested just raising this and asking that the settlement testimony be admitted into the record without any changes to hearing exhibit 2300.
Any concerns with that? And well, let me see. Are there other parties in a similar situation, Mr. Barrasso? No. Okay. Any objection to admitting the settlement testimony? I see Mr. Simpson shaking his head no, so admitted. Thank you, Ms. Stockmeyer.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
Chair. And that is exhibit 1103 and 1104. Is that right?
And is it Miss Federico this morning?
It's Stephanie Kunkel.
Oh, hi, Ms. Kunkel. For Boulder, his testimony is hearing exhibit 1103 in bouldersbox.com, and then there's also an affidavit that's 1104 that verifies that testimony. So we would move for admission of those documents.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Dundas, did you have any comment on that?
No, just that Ms. Stockmeyer alluded to this, but I believe UCA just hopped on to say what I was going to say, which is that their settlement testimony is in the same position, and that's 607 and an attachment to 607.
Mr. Witteshine, if we move that into evidence, would that satisfy your hand raise?
That would, and that attachment is CV10, Ms. Kunkel.
All right. Any objection to moving the UCA exhibits in? Seeing none, so moved. Mr. Barrasso.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. Wanted to advise on cross times that WA will be waiving our cross of company witness Ms. McDermott. And
Okay.
hopeful that we don't need all the time, but would ask for some leniency with Mr. Mino if we go over our current 30-minute allotment.
Will do.
Thank you.
Mr. Simpson.
Thank you, Chairman Blank. Two items. One, just looking at the schedule today, we're going to have some witnesses coming up. There is a possibility that highly confidential information may be brought up. I just want to make folks aware, and also there's a possibility we may have to go into highly confidential session, not just confidential session. So I wanted to just raise that now for logistical purposes, in case it has to happen.
Appreciate the heads up. And do you know what, do you think this will be with Mr. Pollack or?
I think it'll probably be with Miss McDermott and Mr. Mino.
Okay. Ms. Dundas, will you confer with party counsel, or can party counsel or my colleagues, if they do want to go into confidential or highly confidential session, can we see what witnesses that is with? And if it is Ms. McDermott and Mr. Mino, maybe we can do them both together in one highly confidential session. So maybe Mr. Simpson, if you could work with Ms. Dundas to see if you can figure that out, that'd be great.
No problem, Chair.
Yeah, I'm already aware that IREC plans on both highly confidential and confidential for Mr. Mino, so it would just be in addition to that we're looking for.
Okay. Yeah, so maybe this afternoon we'll figure out how to do it. Maybe around the first afternoon break. We'll just see how we're doing and feel our way through it. Ms. Stanfield.
Thank you. Good morning. This is on that exact point. I just, as we gave Miss Dundas a heads up about probably doing, cross that'll cover highly confidential and confidential. My sense is that the questions are going to be, there's a lot of overlap between what is confidential and highly confidential. So my preference would be to just treat it all as highly confidential for that portion. So you're not having to flop between. It'll be necessary to sort of talk about them both. So I just wanted to flag that my sense is that the easiest way would be to treat my cross of Mino as highly confidential.
All right. Is it Mino or Mino?
I don't know. I was going to ask him that.
It's Mino.
Like everybody.
Mino.
Mino.
Mino. All right. So we're going to have one highly confidential session with Mr. Mino probably this afternoon or tomorrow morning, and we'll schedule it as we get closer, either before or after a break or adjournment for the public sessions. Mr. Wittershine, did you have another issue?
Yes, thank you. UCA will be waiving its cross of Mr. Austin.
Mr. Austin. Okay. Mr. Althouse, you're back. I hope you're feeling better.
I'm able to sit up today. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I want to apologize. I couldn't sit up yesterday. I am this morning, and I wanted to wave my cross. And again, my apologies.
Oh, no worries. Glad you're feeling better. So, Mr. Althouse, are you waving all your cross or just the ones you've missed?
Just the ones I've missed. We'll see if I can function better here in a bit.
All right. Well, glad to see you're feeling better, and welcome back. Thank you. All right. Any other preliminary matters?
Chair, just a reminder that we'll have to end a little early today for the public comment hearing that's supposed to start at 4:30.
All right. So you think we'll end at 4 or 4:15?
I think the legal assistants asked for 4, so they can switch the Zoom over.
All right. So hard stop at 4. Mr. Simpson.
Yes. What you call it? One, we have a preliminary matter with Mr. Pollock. He does have some corrections to his testimony that we did not get into the record yesterday, and so I just want to make sure we have an opportunity to do that today.
Are they in a revised version?
No, it's just, is it a revised version? I believe there are just some additional corrections in addition to the revised version.
Okay. Are they minor or
yeah, they're minor. We can absolutely do that sort of as post hearing cleanup is perfectly fine.
Yeah, if you could develop a revised second version, circulate it to the parties, and unless somebody has concerns, I prefer not to have him spend 15 minutes of hearing time correcting spelling mistakes, if that's all right.
Understood and agreed. With respect to Mr. Austin, do the commissioners have questions, or can we excuse him?
I do not have questions for Mr. Austin. Commissioner Gilman.
I show that Mr. Althouse still has questions, so maybe I'm the one who's wrong.
I think he waived Austin.
Oh, he did. Okay.
But he did not waive the UCA or Boulder Cross, depending on how he feels. That's what I heard.
I have a few questions. Let me look at them real quick, make sure they're mandatory.
Commissioner Plant, while Commissioner Gilman's looking.
Yeah, no, with the settlement, I do not have any questions for Mr. Austin.
No, I think we can skip.
Mr. Austin is excused.
Thank you very much.
Any other preliminary matters? All right. I think we're continuing with Mr. Pollock with Boulder. It's 9:10 and I have 20 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Mr. Pollock. We have met, but for the record, I am Gabriella Stockmeyer representing the City of Boulder. Mr. Pollock, the settling parties to the AVPP program settlement agreement propose that public service target up to 125 megawatts of DER aggregations in 5 years. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it's the settling party's opinion that the proposed program has the potential to bring benefits to all customers, participants, and non-participants. Is that right?
Generally, yes.
Okay. And the standard offered payments for the AVPPs under the settlement would include compensation value and recognition of generation and transmission costs that might be avoided, as well as, in certain circumstances, an additional payment relating to avoided distribution costs, correct?
That's correct, depending on where that capacity may be enrolled.
And this extra compensation value for the distribution component is reserved solely for those aggregations located on feeders and banks that the company has identified as targeted and capacity constrained, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And yesterday in your conversation with Ms. Kutzer for ACE, I think you agreed to refer to this as the AVPP feeder list. Do you recall that? So the extra distribution component payment for the AVPPs associated with the AVPP feeder list suggests there's added value in locating AVPPs on these constrained feeders. Would you agree?
That is the hypothesis. I think we'll need to monitor that closely as we implement, but yes, that's the hypothesis.
Okay. And the settlement also includes a provision that in the advice letter filing after 2 years of the program, among other things, the company will address whether there should be an express allocation for a minimum amount of AVPP capacity to the AVPP feeder list. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And Boulder is a party to and supports the settlement, as you know. And Mr. Pollock, would you agree that in order to target these capacity constrained portions of the distribution system, it is vital that aggregators are aware of where these feeders are located?
I think it's vital that aggregators are aware of customers that they might be able to enroll VPP resources for in relationship to those feeders. So generally, yes, but I think really the key consideration is the customer location, not necessarily the feeder.
Okay, well, maybe we can come back to that. But you had a discussion yesterday with both Ms. Kutzer and Ms. Judkins regarding a term in the settlement that related to the terms of access to geospatial data for the AVPP feeder list. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that the access to the data is still a disputed term in this proceeding. Would you agree?
I agree.
And I'd like to clarify just one additional portion of what geospatial data regarding these eligible feeders the company plans to provide. So yesterday, per the discussion yesterday, public service will require secure login to the portal and an NDA to access the geospatial data. Do I have that right?
That's correct.
And these are the same requirements that the company has for access to granular hosting capacity map analysis. Is that right?
Specifically for generation hosting capacity, that's correct.
And the company also provides a blurred HCA generation map to the public on its website without those requirements, right?
Correct.
And Mr. Pollock, you are aware, are you not, that public service excludes certain feeders from both the blurred and unblurred versions of the generation hosting capacity maps as a result of its interpretation and application of Commission Rule 3033B, or what's called the 1515 rule?
Generally, yes.
And subject to check, public service excludes 180 of its total 809 feeders on this basis. Would you agree?
That sounds approximately correct.
And subject to check, that's about 22% of the overall feeders, right?
Roughly, yeah.
And so I appreciate your clarification on whether these feeders that are excluded from the HCA mapping based on the company's interpretation of the 1515 rule will also be excluded from the geospatial data that the company is committing to provide as part of the AVPP settlement.
Sorry, was that a question or a statement?
No, it's a question. I'm seeking clarification. Is the company going to be excluding those same feeders from the geospatial data regarding the AVPP feeder list?
Frankly, that's something we haven't discussed yet. I think the company is committed to providing that information so that aggregators would still be able to find a way to enroll customers in those areas. But we haven't discussed what a potential solution for that would be yet.
So, well, and Ms. Kutzer also discussed with you yesterday that the company would be willing to provide a list of the AVPP target list as part of it, an exhibit in this proceeding. Do you recall that?
Yes, and I can actually update the record on that. My team was able to pull that together last night, and I believe that should be able to be admitted into the record in the next day or potentially even today.
So are the feeders that are excluded from the hosting capacity maps under the 1515 rule included on that feeder list that the company will be filing?
And to clarify, that is a spreadsheet of feeders just with their feeder name as it was filed in my, I believe it was my direct in the VPP case, just updated for the new eligibility.
Okay, and so the company doesn't know yet whether it will provide the location of those excluded feeders on the geospatial data?
That's correct. We haven't discussed that yet internally.
So if those, so you've agreed that it's important for aggregators to understand the location of at least customers along those feeders in order to target. Oh, did we just lose Mr. Pollock?
Guess your last question crossed the line, Ms. Stockmeyer.
I guess.
He's had enough. Oh.
Apologies, if you're sure
there he
to have
is.
been frozen by our internet connection here. I don't mind repeating your question, Ms. Stockmeyer.
Okay, no problem. Welcome back. So I'm just trying to understand a little bit more about the what would be provided in that geospatial data. So you've agreed that it's important for aggregators to understand the location of customers in terms of targeting those customers for AVPs on constrained feeders. And so if those feeders are excluded from geospatial data, how will aggregators know to target those areas?
Yeah, it's a fair question. There's multiple other ways that information could be conveyed. You can think about potentially drawing a polygon on a GIS map where you may, for those specific feeders that may be implicated by the company's interpretation of the 1515 rule, you may not necessarily need to show the feeder location. It may be possible to draw a geographic area so that an aggregator or another interested party may be able to look up a customer's address and see if they would be eligible for that. Again, I'm thinking out loud here, but the company had not discussed any modifications to its current interpretation of the 1515 rule. But I do believe there are other avenues to provide that information to aggregators where they would be able to target customers in a way that they could identify areas of higher compensation.
So, and the current interpretation of that the company has of the 1515 rule is that it will not show on at least the hosting capacity maps feeders that have less than 15 customers or feeders whose expected load is served by one customer. Is that accurate? Or excuse me,
More than
15%.
Yeah, agreed.
Okay. So and Mr. Pollock, to your knowledge, has the commission ever ruled that hosting capacity constitutes aggregated customer data subject to the 1515 rule?
I'm not aware of any specific commission decisions.
Okay. And I plan to raise with Ms. McDermott the hosting capacity maps, because that's more in her testimony. But just at a high level, is the company at least committed to working with aggregators to show the location of the constrained feeders on the AVPP feeder list, regardless of its interpretation of the 1515 rule?
Again, this is not something we had discussed previously. I think what I can say confidently today is that the company is committed to providing information that will allow aggregators to target areas that would be eligible for higher compensation. In the case of the application or the company's interpretation of the 1515 rule, there may be ways to provide that information without necessarily showing a feeder that would reveal, a customer that makes up less than 15 customers on a feeder or more than 15% of the load. So we're committed to the outcome. I think there are multiple means to achieve that outcome.
And Mr. Pollock, is it the company's position that the geospatial data that is proposed to be provided with respect to the AVPP feeder list is different than the hosting capacity maps, or are they very similar?
They're sort of the reciprocal of one another. The information that would be provided for the AVPP areas, the constrained feeder list, is more of a characterization of load than it is of generation hosting capacity.
Can you explain why?
Yes, the AVPP eligibility for those constrained feeders is based on loading criteria, specifically feeders that are above the company's 75% planning threshold. Whereas generation is the ability to interconnect generation DERs that are capable of generating and exporting power into the system.
But on the hosting capacity map, isn't that a combination of both the loading criteria and the generation that the capacity for distributed generation on a given feeder?
Not explicitly. The hosting capacity is indicating the ability to interconnect DERs that generate, not necessarily DERs that maybe load, like electric vehicles or aggregator virtual power plants.
And the company's position is that the loading criteria that constitutes what identifies the AVPP feeder list is aggregated customer data?
I think you could argue, yeah, I think that's a true statement. The loading information is based upon the aggregate loading of individual customers that are summed up, in this case, to a specific rating of a feeder.
And so if we could pull up what has been marked hearing exhibit 1107 in bouldersbox.com, please, Ms. Kunkel.
It's just taking a second to open that. I got a pop-up message about it. Hold on.
Okay. Thank you. And this, Mr. Pollock, are the commission's electric rules. And if we could please turn to page 21. And this here is the 1515 rule that we've been discussing. And Mr. Pollock, would you agree with me? It again relates to limitations on the utility's ability to present aggregated customer data.
That's what the heading says. I would agree.
Okay, so if we go to page 4, which defines Rule 3001K defines customer data. Do you see this? Customer data is defined as being data collected from the electric meter, combined with customer-specific usage info on bills or participation in utility programs. Do you see that?
Give me a second just to read that. Yes.
Okay, so with regard to the load connection data that we're talking about here with the geospatial AVPP feeder list data, the data, or excuse me, this connected loads, it is the peak capability of equipment serving customers at a given location that dictates the connected loads. Isn't that right?
Could you rephrase that question? I'm not sure I'm totally following there.
Sure. So the load data that the company is concerned with is derived from the peak capability of equipment that serves customers at various locations. Would you agree?
I wouldn't characterize it that way. I would say that the loading is based upon the sum of individual customers connected to a piece of equipment. In this case, we're talking about feeders. And it's the sum of all those individual non-coincident peaks that ultimately dictate or illustrate whether a feeder may be above or below the 75% planning threshold.
But is the load data that we're talking about is not data that is collected from the electric meter. It is information about the customer's location and the equipment they have at that location. And it's presumed that the peak generating capacity of that equipment makes up the load. Would you agree?
I disagree with that premise. It's a combination of metered customer data that may come from meters like interval meters, as well as the readings from our SCADA system that measure more of the aggregate impact of those individual customer loads further upstream from their premise or home.
Okay. All right, thank you. Ms. Kunkel, you can actually, I'd like to move for the admission of hearing exhibit 1107 on the basis of administrative notice.
Any objections, Mr. Simpson?
No objection.
So
Okay, and we can take this down. Okay. Just one final question, Mr. Pollock. So well, actually, I'll leave it there. I can take this back up with Ms. McDermott. I appreciate your time this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stockmeyer. Mission data. I have 90 minutes and it's 9:30. Mr. Dunbar.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope not to use that full 90 minutes.
We share your hope.
Good morning, Mr. Pollock. It's good to see you again.
Good morning, Mr. Dunbar. Good to see you as well.
As you know, my name is Scott Dunbar and I represent Mission Data. Two high-level questions for you first, Mr. Pollock, as we get started. The company's Green Button Connect implementer is Franklin Energy, correct?
Yes.
Do you know what the length of the contract with Franklin Energy is?
I do not.
Okay. So, and do you know when it's up for renewal?
I do not. My
Okay.
team is not directly involved in the implementation of Green Button Connect.
Okay. Mr. Pascucci might know the answer to those questions.
I'm sure if he doesn't, we'd be able to provide that information.
Okay, great. Thanks. Okay. Would you please, and Ms. Kunkel, if we could please look at Mr. Pollock's rebuttal testimony, which is hearing exhibit 122. And I'm looking at page 99, starting at line 10. Oh, you're fast. Thank you. The question asks, does the company only provide raw data via Green Button Connect? And the answer states no. To the extent that values are updated through our validation process, the company provides an updated data file to Franklin Energy, our GBC implementer. My understanding is that this validation process generally occurs within 24 hours, but in rare circumstances can take longer. Mr. Pollock, when the company provides the updated data file to Franklin Energy, is that billing quality data?
That's a good question. So I will start with, there's no bright line definition of billing quality data. In the company's definition of billing quality, that is the data that may be used to issue a final bill. Generally, the company is in receipt of data within 24 hours that can be used to issue bill, but in very rare circumstances, we may issue a rebill, several months from an initial bill, but that's few and far between. What I can say confidently, having explored this with our internal subject matter experts, is that within 24 hours, the data that is received from the meters directly goes through a validation, estimation, editing process, which corrects for any anomalies and then can be used as part of the billing process. So generally, I would agree that after 24 hours, it's a billing quality.
Okay. So looking just above there, if we could scroll up just a little bit, Ms. Kunkel, perfect. At line 6 and 7 on that page, you say it takes time to conduct the validation process resulting in process data. So what I think you just said is that process data is generally considered billing quality data, except in the very rare circumstances where the company needs to issue a rebill several months after the fact. Is that accurate?
Generally, that's correct. The other caveat I would add there is that there's a process of taking interval data and actually transforming that into a bill, such as applying billing determinants and the like. So, but generally, that's a fair characterization.
Okay. Thank you. If we could pivot, Ms. Kunkel, and pull up hearing exhibit 103, and I believe that's labeled HE 103, attachment ZDP1, please, Rev 2. And that's the corrected, the second corrected distribution system plan. Thank you. And if we could go to page 123. Thank you. So, Mr. Pollock, this table shows on the left, it describes the different types of data that are provided through different data sharing channels that the company offers. The first column is Green Button Download, and the second is Green Button Connect. And then in the far right column, it describes the quality of the data. It says whether the data is raw or processed, i.e. estimated. And under Green Button Connect, it says raw. So I'm confused why your testimony and what you said just now says that the company provides processed, which is essentially billing quality data through Green Button Connect. But here in the DSP, you said that the data was raw.
Yes, this is one of the corrections that Mr. Simpson alluded to when we began this session. So I agree that this can be confusing solely interpreting this table. But I believe in the establishment of the further record in this case, both through our discovery responses to mission data, as well as the clarification of our rebuttal testimony, we've made clear that the company provides the best available data, and that nomenclature of best available depends upon the time since the data has been retrieved and processed. So in the initial 24 hours or 23.59 minutes of the data's life, the categorization of raw is accurate. Once it moves beyond that 24-hour period and goes to the VE process, it becomes processed data, or what we generally consider to be of higher quality or billing quality.
Okay, thanks for that. And so, Mr. Chair, if you'll indulge me, I'd love to hear what the correction specifically was intended to be for that box.
Yeah, maybe it was a mistake not to correct this. I didn't realize it'd come up in cross. So my apologies. Yeah, Mr. Pollock, why don't we take a second, and why don't you state the correction?
So the correction here would be best available in the fourth column that says raw for both of the top two green button rows.
Best available. Okay. And that will be filed later. Is that the plan?
Yes.
Okay. Sounds like more than a spelling mistake to me, but I do appreciate the correction and the accuracy. So thank you. Mr. Pollock, the Green Button Connect standard allows the utility to provide a reading quality designation for the usage data that the utility provides, correct?
Could you detail what you mean by reading quality? I think I know where you're going, but some clarity there would be helpful.
Certainly. So it's my understanding as a non-software engineer that there's various data fields that can be provided through Green Button Connect. And one of the optional data fields is a reading quality designation. And in that reading quality designation, the utility can communicate to the third party that's receiving the data how high of a quality the data is. Does that sound accurate to you?
Yes, thank you for the clarification. I understand that to be the case as well.
Okay, great. But for the interval usage data that the company provides through Green Button Connect, the company does not provide that reading quality designation, correct?
I don't believe that's the case. I believe we provide a designation that may be indicative of raw data, but I believe the company is in the process of exploring providing further clarity on that designation and whether that would be updated as data transitions to best available.
Okay. It's my understanding, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, and this gets confusing. It's my understanding that the company is providing a quality of reading designation for the monthly data, but not a quality of reading designation for the interval usage data. Does that sound correct?
Yeah, I appreciate the distinction there. That is my understanding as well.
Okay. Great. Thank you. So it's great that you're going to correct this table here in the DSP to clarify that you provide best available data, but without that quality of reading designation coming through Green Button Connect for the interval data, a third party that receives the data is not going to know whether it's raw, processed, billing quality, right? They're just getting the data without any idea whether it's raw or best available or any of that, right?
I'm not sure I agree with that characterization. The designation through the Green Button standard is certainly one way to provide that information, but it's, in my opinion, not the only.
What are the other ways to communicate the quality of the data to a third party?
That could be provided in documentation on the company's website.
Is the company doing that?
I can't confirm yes or no, but I'm just illustrating that's a pathway to do that.
Okay. So if the third party is just receiving the interval usage data and they haven't looked at the right spot on the web page and they haven't participated in this docket at the PUC, they're not necessarily going to know right away whether the data they're receiving is raw or best available or processed, right?
Probably a fair assumption.
Okay. Thank you. But you said the company is looking into providing information, providing the quality of reading designation in the future. Is that correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay. Great. If we could go back to Mr. Pollock's rebuttal testimony, please. Thank you. Glad you kept it open. On page 100, please. Starting at line 12. You described the analysis you performed prior to filing your rebuttal testimony, in which you found that less than 1% of raw interval data was updated through the company's validation process. This is going back to our discussion a few minutes ago. So again, I believe you said that validated or processed data is, for the most part, billing quality, but there are circumstances in which the company has to issue a rebill later on. So did you analyze how much of that processed data gets updated later to become final billing quality data?
The analysis reflected here was looking at billing data, I believe, over a 24-hour period. So to the extent that there would have been any corrections, which, as I noted previously, are typically very seldom, few and far between for issuing a rebill, the company did not take that into consideration, and quite frankly didn't have the time to do that analysis. So to the extent there are rebills, months from when this analysis is completed, that is not reflected here.
Okay.
But I would just, sorry, one more clarification there. That would be a subset of that 1%. So extremely small margin of error there.
Okay. I'd next, Ms. Kunkel, would like to introduce what's been marked as hearing exhibit 1505 in Mission Data's box, please. And while she's pulling that up, this is Public Service's 8th set of discovery responses to Mission Data. Mr. Chair, I'm happy to lay more foundation, but I can also just represent that this is the complete set of Public Service's responses to Mission Data's 8th set, and would ask for its admission if more. It seems to me that standard practice now is to admit discovery responses without too much haggling, but if more foundation is needed, I'm happy to lay it.
I think that's probably all right, but let's see what Mr. Simpson thinks.
No objections.
So moved.
Great. Thank you so much. If we could please scroll down to page 14. So this is, thank you. This is the company's response to Mission Data 8-12. And I'd like to look at the second question, B. So the question asks, would Public Service be willing to commit to providing billing quality interval usage data sufficient for paying aggregators within any fixed period of time, such as 1 week, 1 month, or 3 months via Green Button Connect? And your response is no. And there's a longer explanation there that we don't need to read about how aggregators are compensated. So I'm worried that maybe we unintentionally misdirected you with this phrase, sufficient for paying aggregators. So I'm wondering if the question did not refer to paying aggregators, would your response be the same?
Could you give me a minute to reread the question or response here?
Okay, certainly, and I can reframe the question if needed to.
Sure. Why don't you try re-asking the question?
Sure, thank you. So if the question did not refer to paying aggregators, would public service be willing to commit to providing billing quality data through Green Button Connect within 1 week, 1 month, 3 months?
Yeah, I appreciate the removal of that distinction there. I think the point in our initial response is that the settlement process for AVPP was based around a quarterly process. So appreciate the distinction and clarification. Under that reframing, I think this goes back to the conversation you and I had a few minutes ago, which is the company provides the best available data. And generally, in 99% of circumstances, within 24 hours, that is billing quality.
Okay. 99%.
Based upon the analysis that we provided in my rebuttal testimony, yes, the initial data tends to be highly accurate, at least from needing corrections or editing to it.
Okay. And maybe you discussed this in your rebuttal testimony, but let's say after 24 hours, but prior to a whole week expiring, what's the quality?
I can't answer that question. That would be a question for a billing department.
Okay. Okay, so going back to the discovery question, is what you just said a commitment that is public service willing to make any sort of commitment around the quality of data that it's providing and as to the timing of when it provides billing quality data?
Well, I think we've clarified that for the vast majority of the time, in this case, based upon our analysis, 99% of the time, the initial raw data and then subsequently within the 24 hours from the retrieval of that raw data, it does become billing quality or process quality data. I think we would be reticent to make any further commitments beyond that because there are one-off exceptions where, again, our billing department may need to issue a rebill. But generally, we're providing processed or bill quality data within or after the first 24 hours of that data's existence in our system.
Okay. Okay. Ms. Kunkel, I'd next like to introduce, please, from Mission Data's box, hearing exhibit 1502. Thank you. So, Mr. Pollock, this is the company's response to Mission Data Discovery Request 4-3, and this is not the complete set, just the one response. And I should clarify, it's your supplemental response to Mission Data 4-3. And at this time, I'd like to move for the admission of hearing exhibit 1502, please.
Mr. Simpson?
We don't object, but the information herein is still subject to the objection we provided with respect to the data request itself.
With that understanding, so moved.
Thank you. So, Mr. Pollock, did we lose him?
Give him a moment, I think. There he is.
Apologies, really rough day for Excel Energy IT, apparently.
No problem. Sorry, I was going to make a joke, but I'll spare us all. Mr. Pollock, I would like to look at subpart E here, and subpart E refers to subpart B. So subpart B asks, are gas-only customers able to use Green Button Connect?
At this point, I would like to object to the substance of the issue is not relevant to an electric distribution system plan when we're discussing gas customers.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes, thank you, Chair Blank. It's our understanding that the commission directed public service to bring data sharing issues into this case from the SDK docket. The SDK docket listed specific data sharing and data access issues that it wanted the company to address in this docket. I believe all, if not most, if not all of those directives referred to sharing energy usage data. So we think this is relevant. As we discussed in our motion for penalty that we filed earlier in this docket, this issue about sharing gas data came up in the SDK docket and was dropped because the company said it was already sharing gas usage data. And I think there's still some factual questions floating out there that I think we can hopefully clear up.
Overall, if you can answer the question, Mr. Pollock.
I'm not sure what the question is, but I will attempt to if Mr. Dunbar can clarify what it is.
Yeah, thank you. I don't believe I finished the question. So I was first just directing us to your supplemental response to Part E. And so subpart E refers to subpart B. Subpart B asks, are gas-only customers able to use Green Button Connect? And then subpart E asks, if the answer to B is no, please provide the company's reasoning for this decision, including all documents, such as communication with vendors related to making this decision. And then the supplemental response to subpart E states the company is not aware of any responsive documents. The company did not go through a decision-making process as to whether or not to offer Green Button Connect to gas customers because it's not possible given the lack of AMI metering for gas service. Now, Mr. Pollock, based on the flurry of activity around this issue, is it your understanding now that it is possible for utility to use Green Button Connect to share monthly gas usage data?
Yeah, so our response to this question was answered within the context of similar functionality we would provide on the electric side. And that was consistent with what you see reflected in subpart E here. To your question, my understanding at this point in time is that it is possible to share monthly gas data through Green Button Connect.
Okay, thank you. And that's true even if the utilities does not have advanced gas meters, correct?
That is my understanding.
Okay. But public service is not currently allowing its gas customers to share their monthly gas data through Green Button Connect, correct?
I wouldn't categorize it as a prohibition. I'm not sure to the extent that that has been discussed or implemented with our implementer. That might be a better question for Mr. Pascucci.
Okay, I can ask him, but maybe I'll just try to rephrase the question slightly. So, as I didn't intend it to, I didn't intend to ask about a prohibition. Allowing customers to share their monthly gas data through Green Button Connect is not a service the company currently offers, correct?
That is my understanding.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Pollock. Thank you,
Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Chair Blank.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. I have 25 minutes from Tesla.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Pollock.
Good morning, Ms. Mandel.
Let's start with a couple of foundation questions. Are you familiar with the testimony that Tesla witnessed Mr. Ehrlich filed in this proceeding?
At a high level, yes.
And are you aware that he filed both, he filed two sets of testimony, direct and cross answer?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall that Mr. Ehrlich recommended that the company provide a flexible interconnection pathway for customers?
That sounds familiar.
And do you recall also that Mr. Ehrlich, provided details in his testimony about areas of acute capacity constraints that Tesla is encountering when requesting access to distribution level capacity? Are you aware of that he said that?
I don't recall the specific details, so if there's further questions, I might request a testimony reference on that.
Okay. Let's just keep it general for now, in terms of just foundation questions. Do you recall that he provided a map of areas where Tesla is experiencing sort of capacity constraints when requesting access to the distribution system? Are you aware of that?
I don't recall the map specifically, but I'll take your word for it.
Okay. So, and do you recall also that he discussed the discrepancy in timing between how long it takes to build a public charging station versus how long it takes for the company to build a new feeder?
Yes, that sounds familiar.
Okay. So and I know you've discussed during your cross-examination, flexible interconnection with other cross-examining attorneys, but I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about sort of the benefits of flexible interconnection. So first of all, do you agree that flexible interconnection enables a company customer to connect to the distribution system more quickly?
I apologize again. We'll see if we can get a better room when we take a break, Ms. Mendel.
I'm sorry, Mr. Pell, did you not hear my question?
I lost connection apparently in the middle of your question. If you don't mind restating it, please.
Okay. I'm not sure exactly where we lost you. So I wanted to ask you a couple of questions about the benefits of flexible interconnection.
Sure.
So first, do you agree that flexible interconnection allows customers to connect to and by customers, I mean public service company customers, that it allows customers to connect to the distribution system more quickly?
Again, I would summon back to the conversation I had yesterday with Ms. Kutzer. It's a case-by-case consideration. It's possible that flexible interconnection can allow a customer to connect more quickly, but it really depends on the specific of the load or generation interconnection request, as well as any plans the company may have to upgrade the system.
So if I can summarize, you agree that in some cases, flexible interconnection permits customers to connect to the distribution system more quickly. Is that correct?
It's possible in some cases, and I'd also note that while there may not be the same level of infrastructure costs under a traditional static or non-flexible interconnection, there are other associated costs in terms of enabling technologies like DERMS, site controllers, and other capabilities that are necessary to enable flexible interconnection.
And those costs that you mentioned, how do those costs, let's just say hypothetically, a flexible interconnection tariff is in place. The technical costs that you just listed, how do those costs compare to the costs of building a new feeder?
Yeah, fair question. In my experience, again, this is based upon experience with other utilities and previous work, there tend to be recurring costs. So if a piece of equipment or a software license is enabled or required to enable flexible interconnection, those costs tend to occur on an annual basis. Some of the costs, such as hardware costs, may be a one-time cost that is typically split between the utility and the developer or the customer seeking the interconnection request. But the general hypothesis of flexible interconnection is that in exchange for reduced output via curtailment, it may be more economically feasible or viable for a developer or a customer to receive that curtailment in exchange for paying a lower upfront capital cost for an investment or system upgrade.
And when I say I'm asking you to compare the costs of building a new feeder versus these costs that you're referring to for enabling flexible interconnection. What would, say, for example, the relative percentage of those costs be compared to the costs of building a feeder for the company?
Yeah, I think it depends on the measurement over time. So I would say in year one, the cost of the feeder is likely going to be higher. I can't pinpoint a specific percentage, but over time, again, back to my previous statement, there are recurring costs and recurring trade-offs associated with flexible interconnection, which may allow flexible interconnection to be cheaper, but it's really a case-by-case basis over the duration of that agreement. So it's hard to say without taking into some consideration the period of time you're considering here.
And Mr. Pollock, you seem to be focusing on the costs to the customer, and I'm talking about the costs to the ratepayers. So can you provide any kind of an estimate in terms of the relative costs for ratepayers for these interconnection costs that you're talking about, and the relative costs for ratepayers of building a new feeder?
Yeah, I'm just thinking how to best answer that. So it's a challenging question to answer. Again, it depends on the life of a flexible interconnection agreement relative to a utility investment. We typically do not make investments for a single customer, so there are other benefits beyond just that. I would say generally, a flexible interconnection may offer the opportunity in specific circumstances where the economics and the timing make sense for a customer as being a lower cost alternative to the customers that public service serves. But again, I note that infrastructure investments benefit all customers that may be connected to the feeder beyond just the customer that may be pursuing a flexible interconnection as an alternative.
Mr. Pollock, it seems you're not answering my question. And so perhaps you don't know the answer or don't have a sense of it. But again, if you're able to provide for the commission's benefit a response in terms of comparing the costs for the ratepayers of building a new feeder versus these costs that you're talking about for enabling flexible interconnection, a flexible interconnection pathway for the company. If you're able to answer that question, please do.
I'm just objecting because it's the fourth time Ms. Mandel has asked the same question.
If I may respond, if I may respond to that objection, it's the fourth time because he's not answering the question.
I can provide a little more clarity. It may not give you the answer you're looking for, but it's challenging to make a definitive determination of a feeder being more expensive or cheaper than a flexible interconnection. The costs typically associated with the feeder tend to be capital costs, with a de minimis amount of operations and maintenance expenses over the life of that. Flexible interconnection, in terms of cost to ratepayers or cost to customers, which you're asking about, I believe.
I'm asking about costs to ratepayers, not costs to the specific flexible interconnection customer.
Yes, and in order to get to that conclusion, I think you have to consider the cost of an infrastructure investment as well as the cost of a flexible interconnection. to understand which one may be more beneficial for customers.
Can you agree with me generally, Mr. Pollock, that in terms of distribution system investment, that flexible interconnection saves money on capital expenditures for ratepayers?
This goes back to the conversation Ms. Kutzer and I had yesterday. I think in order to answer that question, I need a little bit more precision in terms of the hypothetical you're thinking of there. And I'm happy to try to provide that clarity again.
I believe yesterday you agreed that flexible interconnection, a benefit of flexible interconnection is better use of distribution capacity. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you also agree that flexible interconnection has the potential to assist with achieving public policy goals more quickly?
I think it has the potential to.
I'd like to ask you now about, okay, just a quick question. Do you agree that there is a significant timing discrepancy of years between the timing it takes to build a public charging station versus the time it requires for the company to build a new feeder?
Categorically, no, I would disagree with that assessment. That very much depends upon the nature of the capacity available in the system. And that is one of the reasons that the company is looking to make proactive investments to allow public charging stations and other loads to be connected quickly. There are instances where the system may be constrained and it may be more challenging. A charging provider may need to wait for an upgrade. In that case, I would tend to agree that flexible interconnection may offer an opportunity to move more quickly. So it's, again, difficult to categorically answer the question. It really depends on the specifics of a load request in relationship to the current state of the system and the capacity available.
How much does it cost for the company to build a new feeder?
That would be a better question for Mr. Mino, but my understanding is generally in the range of $2 to $3 million.
And then how long does it take for the company to build a new feeder?
Again, that would be a better question for Mr. Mino. High level, my understanding is about 2 years.
I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about the sort of the conceptual well, the idea of a feeder being 100% at 100% capacity. And have you been present for the earlier cross-examination during the hearing?
Yes.
And I think, if you recall, there's a chart in Ms. McDermott's testimony that shows that approximately 21% of feeders are over 100% overloaded. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So when we talk about that 100%, isn't it true that frequently, well, I'm just talking more generally, that the 100% is only for a very sort of a limited number of hours for a limited number of days on these feeders. Is that right?
I could agree that it's not 100% of the time. The duration of those overloads vary depending on the feeder. So I would agree it's not 100% of the time.
And does the company understand for each of these, for these feeders that falls in this 21% of 100% overloaded, does the company know how many days and how many hours of those days, that limited time period, that feeder is overloaded?
Subject to check, yes, we understand that, and I believe that information is also described in the grid needs assessment that's filed as part of our distribution system plans.
And are you familiar with the testimony that Mr. Ehrlich filed about successful interconnection work that Tesla is doing with other utilities in other areas of the country?
Not the specific details. So if you want to go beyond general, it'd be helpful to have a testimony reference.
Okay. One quick question. Would you agree that that aside from those limited time periods when these 21% of feeders are at or over 100% capacity, do you agree that there is, aside from that time, those time periods, those limited time periods, that there is capacity on those feeders for additional load?
I would not categorically agree with that foundation. That depends on the headroom on the piece of equipment, in this case a feeder, and the number of hours that it's not loaded, as well as the nature and the shape of the load that is requesting to interconnect with that feeder.
Okay, but you can agree that under the concept of flexible interconnection, the customer has agreed to not load the feeder during those times of capacity constraint, correct?
Yes, and that's why the study process for flexible interconnection, which uses an hourly annual estimate of load in relation to capacity or generation in relationship to capacity, is essential for a developer or a generator seeking to interconnect. Because if the curtailment in the hours that would allow that generator or developer to connect are not economically viable, meaning that they'd be curtailed to such a maximum extent that the economics wouldn't make sense, then flexible interconnection wouldn't make sense. So it's really difficult to make these blanket categorizations until that study work that Ms. Chacon and her team are starting to do is assessed on a case-by-case basis.
I think you had said earlier that the company has filed a flexible interconnection agreement. Is that correct?
That's correct. That was filed in the Renewable Energy Plan.
And it's your argument that that agreement is adequate compliance with SB 24-218 requirement that a flexible interconnection tariff be filed. Is that correct?
I believe SB 24-218 says flexible interconnection tariff or agreement. So yes, under that reading, it is in compliance with statute.
Does the Public Utilities Commission have an opportunity to review and sort of have regulatory oversight over the filing of such an agreement?
I think this goes back to the conversation I think I had with Ms. Kutzer yesterday. Currently, my understanding is that executed interconnection agreements that do not use flexible interconnection are not subject to commission purview and oversight. To my point again yesterday, I think the company is not opposed to the commission having oversight or the ability to weigh in on a flexible interconnection agreement, but that is not something that exists today under existing standard interconnection agreements.
I think also when Mr. Eiley was being cross-examined, and I may not have this correct, but he had said that as I understood it, a flexible interconnection tariff was sort of in progress. If that is the case, would the company be willing to agree that the commission should have oversight over that any flexible interconnection tariff?
I think it would be possible, similar to what we do with other contracts, where the commission could approve the sort of standard form of a flexible interconnection agreement. In my experience working on flexible interconnection projects before my time at Excel, it's important to have some flexibility around that contract to write in provisions around terms of curtailment, terms of access. So I think we would be amenable to, a standard contract that has appropriate level of oversight, but also the ability to incorporate revisions that may be necessary to enable flexible interconnection.
No further questions at this time. Thank you very much, Mr. Pollock.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mandel. WRA, I have 20 minutes and it's 10:15. Mr. Barissa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Pollock.
Good morning, Mr. Barroso.
Good to see you again. For the record, my name is Parks Barroso. I'm representing WRA in this proceeding. And Mr. Pollock, really just have a few brief questions for you regarding the Encord demonstration project.
Sure. I will aim to answer them, but I may need to defer to some of our planning witnesses.
That sounds good. And just to refresh us, Encord is the software modeling provider that's focused on integrated planning across the electric and gas systems.
That's correct.
And the goal of the company's demonstration project with Encord is to really to co-optimize consideration of non-pipeline alternatives, or NPAs, across the gas and electric systems.
That's correct. That's the initial use case.
And so for the inputs into Encord, does the company intend to rely on modeling inputs that are approved as part of this DSP?
I think it depends on which business you're talking about. Are you talking about electric models or gas models?
Let's start with the electric models.
The electric models would be based upon SIME, which is our power flow modeling software. And that would be reflective of the current state. So I think I would not agree that the outcome of this DSP would be reflected in our SIME models, potentially.
And how about the gas models?
That again would be our gas modeling software, which is Synergy. My understanding, again, you can confirm this. Well, you can confirm the electric side with Mr. Mino, but those models are a current state representation of what's happening on the system, rather than prescribed to specific policy outcomes. It's more of a current representation.
Okay, and so going back to the electric system models, how will the commission know what inputs were used at the time that those were fed into the Encord demonstration project?
Yeah, I think where I'm struggling is specificity around the inputs you're talking about. So if you can give me an example of what specifically you mean, I can better answer your question.
Yeah, and Mr. Pollock, I'm just trying to stay high level here to kind of understand there's a lot of interplay happening, as you would agree,
Sure,
between this proceeding, the gas infrastructure plan, potentially other planning proceedings. And so trying to get a picture of which proceeding plays into what for.
Sure. Let me try to give you an illustrative to try to help you out there. So if we have a capacity mitigation project, let's say in 2026, my understanding, and subject to confirmation with Mr. Mino, is that the impact of that mitigation project on the capacity in the electric system would be reflected in our SIME model. That SIME model would be an input into the Encord platform. And then similarly on the gas side, whatever gas capacity we have based upon our current approved gas plans and gas infrastructure projects would be reflected in our Synergy models, and Encord would be able to bring those two things together based upon that current state and current plans to co-optimize for NPAs.
That is helpful, thank you. And so picking up on the last part there, could you explain how the Encord model will feed into future NPA assessments or into future gas infrastructure plans?
I think the thinking is a lot of the process coordination that occurs today between Mr. Mino's team and Ms. Jones's team on the gas side, a lot of that is manual, passing spreadsheets and models back and forth. The thought is that Encord will allow us, one, to be more efficient with the actual conducting of the analysis. It may also allow us to do more analysis, given that we're able to do it more efficiently, or at least that's the hypothesis.
And so is the hope then that transition to using Encord rather than passing spreadsheets back and forth between the planning teams. Is the hope that that will happen in time for the next iteration of the DSP and the next iteration of the gas infrastructure plan?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, we are planning to implement the Encore solution or software package as soon as our power flow modeling software is implemented, which I believe is early 2026. So I think it's a fair assumption. We would be disappointed if we didn't have any results by the next DSP.
And what about, so early 2026, what about the upcoming clean heat plan?
Could you remind me again of the timing on the clean heat plan?
That is a great question, Mr. Pollock. I think it's in
July 2026.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman.
Appreciate the expert testimony, Commissioner Gilman.
It's been a minute since I've been involved in clean heat, but my understanding and recollection was that I believe the company brought forth our NPA opportunities in the gas infrastructure plan.
So regarding the July 2026 clean heat plan, would the company commit to, when it files that plan, reporting on the status of the Encore demonstration project?
I don't think we have an issue reporting on the status. That seems like a fair request.
Great. I'm just checking my notes. Mr. Pollock, I think those are all the questions I've got for you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barroso. UCA, I have 20 minutes and it's 10:20.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Morning, Mr. Pollock. Can you hear and see me all right?
I can. Good morning, Mr. Watershed.
It's good to see you again. My name is
Likewise.
Patrick Hagershine. I'm an attorney for the UCA in this proceeding. Thank you for joining us. I just have a few questions about the AVPP settlement agreement and its requirement for a future proposal for a competitive solicitation of AVPP capacity. Does that sound okay?
Yes.
So, Mr. Pollock, you have reviewed Mr. Villarreal's testimony opposing the AVPP settlement agreement, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that Mr. Villarreal's testimony opposing the AVPP settlement focused mostly on UCA's recommendation that the company use a competitive solicitation to determine which aggregators would participate in the AVPP?
Yes.
Now, the AVPP settlement uses a standard offer structure to compensate aggregators, right?
Initially, for the first 2 years, that's the intent.
And you testified that the standard offer approach provides benefits to aggregators during the early phases of the AVPP?
I would add it provides benefits to aggregators, or confirm that it provides benefits to aggregators. It also provides benefits to customers in that the compensation offered through the standard offer is at a lower percentage from what the company calculated as being an avoided cost.
You also testified that a competitive bidding process could help induce competition that reduces costs for customers, correct?
It could.
Could we please pull up what's been marked for identification in UCA's boxes, hearing exhibit 608? Thank you. Mr. Pollock, can you see that all right?
Yes,
You recognize this document as Senate Bill 24-218?
I do.
Mr. Chair, I don't intend to move for admission of this document, but only to discuss specific statutory language with Mr. Pollock. If that's acceptable, I can proceed. Otherwise, I can move for its admission.
Yeah, I think we admitted this yesterday. I forget the exhibit number, 1408 or something. So you just keep going. There's no evidentiary or evidentiary problem. So keep going.
Thank you. Could we please turn to page 24 of this document? At the bottom of this page, Mr. Pollock, can you see section 8? It describes the requirements for virtual power plant programs proposed by qualifying retail utilities.
Yes.
Can we please scroll to page 28? And at the bottom of this page, can you see section H It says, unless implemented in another proceeding, the commission shall determine whether to direct a qualifying retail utility to propose a competitive solicitation for virtual power plants that may operate in conjunction with the tariff-based virtual power plant program in evaluating the approval of the tariff. Is that correct?
Yes, I see that.
And Mr. Pollack, it's accurate to say that the company's application for approval of the virtual power plant tariff is at issue in this consolidated proceeding.
Yes.
And it's also accurate to say that no competitive solicitation for virtual power plants has been implemented in another proceeding before this commission.
I would disagree with that categorization. There's two specific examples I can think of where the company is pursuing competitive acquisition or the ability of DERs to provide grid services in a virtual power plant like construct. One of those is DER bids into the just transition solicitation. And the second one is dispatchable distributed generation currently at hand in the res plan. So I could agree with you that in the specific application of the company's VPP tariff, that's a fair characterization, but want to highlight there are other VPP and DER opportunities that will use competitive bidding.
Thank you. Could we please pull up hearing exhibit 131? Mr. Pollack, I'd just like to get into the specifics of the proposal for competitive solicitation in the settlement agreement. Now, Mr. Pollack, the AVPP settlement agreement requires the company to make an advice letter filing after 2 years of AVPP program operation, proposing to either continue, modify, or discontinue the program, right?
Yes.
And that filing is referred to in the settlement agreement as the evaluation advice letter. Is that right?
That's correct.
So you testified that the evaluation advice letter filing will include a proposal for a competitive solicitation of 5 megawatts of AVPP capacity, right?
That's correct.
And at that point, you testified that the AVPP settlement provides for a potentially different means of compensating aggregators, right?
Yes, potentially.
And also that the AVPP settlement appropriately provides for the possibility for a competitive solicitation component, correct?
Yes.
Now, the AVPP settlement doesn't specify when the company's evaluation advice letter proposal to either continue, modify, or discontinue the program would take effect, does it?
I believe we stated that we would file it after 2 years of operation of the program. I'm not sure if we committed or foreshadowed what the application of the advice letter would be in terms of taking operation.
And the AVPP settlement, it sets a program period of 5 years, correct?
Yes, program period of 5 years, as well as locking in compensation for 5 years.
But as you just mentioned, the settlement also allows the company to propose discontinuing the AVPP program after just 2 years of operation.
I think that would be relative to new incremental capacity, but to the extent that new capacity comes in year 2, those resources would be entitled to 5 years of compensation.
Okay. So following that evaluation advice letter filing, we don't know when the program would be discontinued, but that proposal to end the AVPP program could come as soon as 2 years after operations begin, correct?
With the clarification I just provided, I think that is a fair interpretation.
Thank you, Mr. Pollack. Those are all my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. We take a 10-minute break till 10:40, and then we'll come back with commissioner questions. Ms. Falcon.
Thank you. CEO just wanted to let you know that we plan to waive our cross of McDermott, but we hope to use 5 minutes of that to add to our block cross.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And just so the parties know, I don't have much for Mr. Pollack, but I may have Commission Counsel ask a few cleanup questions depending on what my colleagues ask. So with that, Commissioner Gilman.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Pollack.
Good morning, Commissioner Gilman.
I have a couple questions for you. We'll use hearing exhibit 103 attachment ZDP1, which was the main distribution system plan document, and we don't need the confidential version. So starting out, I wanted to ask you about a figure on page 18 of the plan document. Oh, the confidential figure. Oh, this is a revision. Can you scroll down a little for me? There you go. Okay, just had a page issue with the revision. So now we're on page 19, just for the record. But there's a figure here called plan outcomes, and it proposes a build out of 35 additional substations, 88 additional banks, and 306 additional feeders. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the math is, that's math that's been done, subtracting one versus the other, but I think you get that. Do those numbers still represent the company's 5-year plan?
Yes, with the clarification that I think Mr. Eiley made yesterday, that we're really seeking approval of the 3 years of this plan in this proceeding. I don't think that was clear from a direct case.
Okay. So if this is what will be done in 5 years, is there any way for us to understand the numbers that you're looking at over the 3-year plan? The 3-year portion?
Yeah, that's a fair question. I may direct you to Mr. Mino on that. I'm not aware of anything where we may have deduced the number of assets specifically for 3 years, but I think it may be possible to be provided.
Okay. And do you know what is the relative kind of like the average cost of each component? Is that anywhere on the record? So for example, the cost of an average substation, an average bank, an average feeder?
I don't think we've calculated averages. I think the place I would probably direct you is to some of the unitized costs we use in the Kavala study. I believe information's in one of the appendices, and it was provided confidentially. Mr. Mino may be able to augment that answer as well.
Okay, so you believe in a confidential Kavala attachment. Do you know an attachment number by chance?
It is attached to the plan document. I believe it may be appendix like 5 or 6, but it's appended to this same document you have on the screen, I believe.
Okay. And you think they give an average cost, or they give what flavor of information, just so I'm clear?
Yeah, it's an average unit cost, so a little bit of caution in using that broadly, but ultimately, given the nature of the study, we had to come up with sort of a representative cost.
Okay, and that would cover each of these types of components that we're seeing listed here?
I believe we had a representative feeder and bank costs. I can't recall off the top of my head whether we had a representative new substation cost for a completely new substation.
Okay, got it. And as we look at these numbers here, to my understanding, this is the number of new units of each type, not upgraded or refurbished or anything like that, right?
This is the total number on the system, I believe.
Okay. So then there would also be, as part of your plan, kind of upgrades to existing feeders or banks or substations as well that wouldn't necessarily increase these numbers?
My understanding, again, subject to confirmation with our planning experts, Mr. Mino and Ms. McDermott, is that is reflected in here. So, for example, to the extent that we may have a substation that has an open position for a new bank, that would be reflected in the increase of number of banks you see in the sort of second row of the infographic.
Okay. And are there kind of upgrades or replacements in terms of sizes, say, that don't show up here, where something is just getting upsized or upgraded, but not necessarily resulting in a new quantity?
That's a question. At a high level, I'm aware of a few specific examples. Like we have some 4kV infrastructure that we're putting more towards standard size. How you would categorize that in this heuristic, I would direct you to Mr. Mino on as well.
Okay. Just want to understand kind of how to interpret all of the numbers
Sure.
we're expecting. And is the cost of a feeder, and maybe this is Mr. Mino, but just to understand, and I understand, you know, an average isn't representative of everyone, it's representative of an average, but would the actual cost of a feeder be based on kind of the distance and the material and size, or are there other factors that factor in?
That's my understanding. I think there's some costs that may come with permitting, right-of-way, access, those types of things. There is some interesting analysis in the record, actually, from one of NRDC's witnesses talking about sort of the economies of scales of making these investments in different capacities. And generally, they were able to represent an economy of scale of making a larger investment, given there's some sunk costs around things like the permitting, the equipment purchase, et cetera.
Okay, got it. I have a few questions for you now, and the capital on some of your capital budgets that were shown in here. So they're on table 9 and table 10. Maybe that's a little easier for you, Ms. Kunkel, since I had my numbers wrong. Maybe we can figure out. Sorry about that with the revision. Seeing if I can find it for you. Table 9. So table 9 was on 96. Yeah, there you go. Perfect. Thanks so much. So we've got budgets separated for capacity projects and then non-capacity. So here we're looking at table 9, which is asset health and reliability budget. So I presume this is not capacity related. This is more related to reliability. And then table 10 has the capacity expenses. Is that fair?
I think it's fair to say that these are not explicitly capacity investments. There was an exchange yesterday, I believe, with Mr. Riley about whether or not there's, you know, some additional indirect benefit of asset health and reliability investments in terms of capacity. But I would agree that this is not representative of explicit capacity investments in that budget.
Okay. So looking at the capacity then, which is on table 10, does the capacity and budget include projects that are solely intended to bring a feeder into compliance with the planning load limit, or is there more overlap than that between the capacity expansion projects and the non-capacity items and the asset health and reliability?
So my understanding, again, Mr. Meyer can give you the details on it, but the planning limit is a starting point for prioritizing capacity investments. The company does not fund everything that may be above a 75% planning limit. We go through, or rather Mr. Mino's team and our corporate finance team go through an exercise of prioritizing the most critical investments, and that's based upon looking at the number of risks that a project may solve, the magnitude of the risk, the duration of the risk. So it's fair to say that this is a starting point looking at the 75%, but the company absolutely does not fund every project that may happen to be above 75%.
Okay. So is it necessarily true then to get to a funded status or a planned project status, would a capacity project have to have other benefits, or is it fair to assume some of these are capacity related only?
My understanding is that is not a requirement, although we do try to look for opportunities, and I'll provide an example here in a minute, of where we may be able to provide a double benefit. So in the cases where we may be doing wildfire mitigation projects, if we're looking at undergrounding a line or reconductoring or putting in, recloser, we're trying to find ways to optimize the deployment of capital so that we're not having to go back and do a similar scope of work twice, or if there's opportunities for operational efficiency, executing projects in a way that we can recognize as efficiencies. I think Ms. Block is a witness that could talk a little bit further on that.
Okay. And as you classify the cost in these two kind of budget groups that we're looking at on the screen, if a particular project has both capacity benefits, perhaps as the main feature, but then has some side reliability benefits or whatever it may be, how does that get classified budgetarily? Do you split the project? Does it just go in the predominant category? How do you decide?
I would defer to Ms. McDermott on the capacity projects and then Ms. Block on asset health and reliability. I'm a step removed from the actual budgeting process, so don't want to give you false information.
Okay. To the extent I'm looking to understand how you separate the cost, and there's two separate witnesses, one for capacity, one for reliability, do you think they're able to actually tell me how the costs get separated if they each only have one area of expertise in that?
My understanding is that the primary driver of the project is the means of classification or the rubric for classification. So if the primary purpose is to increase capacity in the system, it will show up in the capacity budget. If the purpose is to replace an end-of-life asset or improve failing cable, conductor, et cetera, it'll show up in asset health and reliability.
Okay. And tell me if it's appropriate to go to one of them. I'm okay. I'm not trying to push back on that idea. My question straddles both of the concepts, so I'm worried I might lose something if I go to only one of them. How do you determine the primary purpose? What's kind of the test for that?
I think my understanding is it depends upon what is the trigger for initiating the project. So I can speak to the capacity side of this pretty well since I work very closely with Mr. Bynum and Ms. McDermott. In that case, the company is looking at our historical data from the year before. We're layering on our load forecast to understand what forecasted load is going to look like relative to our planning thresholds and our ability to offload and switch load. That is generally the impetus for triggering a capacity project.
Okay. So the kind of what brought it to your attention? Like, what was the...
I think that's a fair characterization, yeah.
Okay. I have a question. So on like an asset health and reliability, it's my understanding that primarily or in total, this whole category is around like end of life replacement. Is that fair?
My understanding that's a...
There's the emergent asset health was about extreme storms, right? And recovery. Maybe that was too general.
Yeah, my understanding is it's a variety of drivers for asset health and reliability. Some of that is end of life replacement. Some of it is cable replacement, worst performing feeders, those types of things. But would encourage you to ask Ms. Block that question, as she can provide a more comprehensive answer.
Okay, so she'd be more knowledgeable about the actual purpose of each of these categories.
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, if you had a project, just speaking kind of the budgetary split again, if you had a project that came to light because of end of life, but you also wanted to upsize it for capacity based on your forecast, is it your understanding that would then get budgeted in the more end of life asset health and reliability?
It's possible. I think it could go either way, honestly. But this sort of speaks to the nature of Ms. Block and Ms. McDermott's teams coordinating the work they do to make sure we're recognizing those opportunities and efficiencies.
Okay. Just see, because I'll kick most of these to them. Okay, I'll move on to some questions for you in targeted demand areas, if that works. Sure. So your testimony indicates the company's openness to third-party implementation of targeted demand areas or TDAs. If the commission wanted to move forward in this proceeding on the sweep NRDC recommendation that a limited number of TDAs be conducted by third parties, how would the company propose to go about implementing that program?
That's a good question. I don't think we've explicitly considered the implementation. That may be something we would try to work out through the stakeholder process we'd proposed. I think as a guiding principle, we would just want to make sure that there's sufficient flexibility to be able to have a good yield and a successful result in terms of going to the third party. I think we'd really like to not repeat the experience we had with NWAs of not getting any interest. So, but the specific details, I'm not sure I can opine on that today.
Okay. And given your concept and interest around TDAs, is there a general timeline in which you have in mind to have kind of the structure identified and then have actual implementation and running?
I think that's something we can definitely accomplish and potentially implement as far as moving forward within in the next year or so. The benefit of TDAs, as I pointed out in my testimony, is that you're not on the project clock like you are with an NWA. So in our view, if we're targeting areas where these opportunities for load reduction are sort of no regrets, I think it gives us a lot of flexibility to move quickly.
Okay. Do you think you would need any rule waivers to move forward with like a third-party implementation of TDAs?
I can't think of any off the top of my head. I think there's probably sufficient latitude and flexibility under the DSM plan, or potentially if it requires a little more formality through like a 60 or 90-day notice process.
Okay. And then in your view, it sounds like you're planning on using some additional budget from DSM funds rather than requesting funds through the DSP for TDAs. Is that right?
That was our initial proposal, yes.
Okay. Are you aware what part of the DSM budget would be used?
That would be a question I have to get back to you on. I believe Ms. Irwin and Mr. Austin rather ran that to ground for us.
Okay, and any idea on the budget?
I'd have to get back to you on that. Apologies.
Okay. Let's see. So on page 145 of the main plan document, you list the annual hours at risk. I honestly don't know if it shows the public version or not, but a precise question is not necessary. Are there specific hours at risk? There it is. That vary by time of year or time of day that need to be communicated as part of this? So are these situations specific in that the actual hours, and whether that is winter or summer or evening, are things that you know and can communicate?
Yes, absolutely. I believe if I go back to our last NWA solicitation, I believe we provided the 8760s so that potential NWA bidders, or in this case, TDA interested parties, would have that information. I will highlight too that when Mr. Mino and his team identify mitigations, they're typically looking to solve multiple risks at once. So that's just one thing that isn't totally apparent from table 25.
Okay, but you anticipate you would be giving kind of a fulsome look at when these hours occur, not just that there is 1 hour or 3 hours.
Yes, yes, you would need that information to be able to target those hours.
Just making sure. And then this is listed as potential targeted demand areas. Sorry. And I was curious if the company has a concept, how many actual areas or pieces of equipment you would plan to target in the first version of the TDA.
I think this is our starting point. One of the challenges is we're trying to build the skill set and capabilities internally. So as we have the ability to bring on new staff or new contract labor, I certainly think we're open to expanding this. But this is kind of a new skill set for a customer team. It's a new skill set for a planning team. And that's why you see us starting with a few number of opportunities here.
Okay, got it. So instead of interpreting this as an example of the potential feeders, I think you're assuming this is the starting set of feeders and banks you would be targeting.
That's correct.
Okay. And how did you prioritize these, just out of curiosity?
Yeah, my recollection, subject to check Mr. Mino, is that we looked across our grid needs assessment. So this is a subset of that. And we looked at the magnitude of the risk, which is in the second to last column, the MV8 risk, and then the hours at risk, as well as the timing of the first year of risk, and really looked at opportunities where we can start taking actions today that, if we're successful in our load reduction attempts, will potentially prevent this from ever materializing into a larger risk or a series of multiple risks that may require a specific project.
Okay, so these would be kind of the project areas that rank the highest in terms of feasibility of that whole mix of circumstances, I guess.
Exactly.
Okay. I was also curious in kind of running this as a pilot program, if you've taken into consideration a mix of kind of climates and building types to see how well this characterizes how this could be performed in other areas.
I think that would be a useful learning exercise. Again, going back to my rebuttal testimony, the purpose of, in our view, of the non-traditional solutions is to find a way to balance sort of impact and scalability. And I think having a diverse set of represented geographies and climates for TDAs could be a very helpful learning exercise.
And do you have any concept if this represents a diverse set of geographies and kind of building type situation?
That's a good question. I can't remember our sort of climate zones across the western slope here. I think we have a decent starting point. I'm not sure if we have anything represented up in the mountain regions. That's the only thing that comes to mind as not being present here.
Okay. Is that something the company plans to take into account as you kind of finalize the list of feeders or for feeders and banks, sorry, or is this kind of set as it is?
I would have to go back with Mr. Mino and look at the other planning divisions and look at the criteria in terms of the year at risk, the MBA risk, and the hours at risk before I could definitively say we would consider other or expanded opportunities.
Okay. I was also curious if the company considered at all the locations of disproportionately impacted communities and identifying which areas would be targeted.
That was not a consideration in the identification of these 5 areas.
Do you think there could or would be distinct benefits that could kind of benefit a DI community in terms of different enhanced upgrade offerings and things of that nature?
I certainly think there's potential there. And I go back to the company's market transformation portfolio in clean heat. One of the premises that we were exploring as part of that initiative was to implement retrofits along with energy efficiency measures in a way that could benefit DI customers and provide some relief. So I think there is an opportunity there to recognize benefits for customers in those communities.
Okay. And you talked about, with regard to the timing of the pilot, perhaps being able to implement it and move forward within the next year. And I was curious if you're using the DSM funding from the 24 to 26 DSM plan that would clearly only run through 26. So I just don't know any conceptions of how you would be planning or proposing to fund it after the 26 DSM funding is done.
Yeah, that's a great question. I won't represent our DSM team since I don't work on those filings. I think there would be interest from the company in trying to identify a funding opportunity or mechanism within the construct of DSPs, given that the benefit we are aiming to achieve here is specifically reducing the need for capital investment, which is at hand or at issue in the DSP. I don't think we have the details to put forward a formal proposal today, but I would say that is of interest.
Okay. I just don't want to set us up for failure here if basically your funding runs out as soon as you're ready to implement the pilot.
I appreciate that. Maybe that's something we can come back in our statement of position on.
Yeah, no worries. Sorry. The company I noted in the plan is also planning on installing a 1 megawatt mobile battery energy storage system in Denver in 2026. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Have you already purchased it?
I believe so, but I would confirm that with either Mr. Miner or Ms. Chacon.
Okay. Is the cost available anywhere?
That would be a question for them as well. I'm not sure if that's in this record or if they have it offhand.
Okay. You said Mr. Miner or
Ms. Chacon.
Okay. And then curious, it sounds like this is to kind of be used in the interim while you're awaiting other longer term grid upgrades in the area. But I was curious, are there other use cases in which the company intends to export power from the unit as well? As like
that's my understanding, and I think one of the reasons why the planning and operations teams decided to go with the mobile applications, the fact that we could repurpose that. Off the top of my head, taking an outage and potentially using a battery to support load if we need to do that for planned maintenance or unplanned maintenance, supporting areas where load may materialize faster than our load forecast may indicate. So I think there's a lot of opportunity to repurpose that battery. And that's largely, as I understand it, the decision-making that went into pursuing a battery that has a mobile capability as opposed to just being sort of a standard shipping container that you need a forklift and a truck to go move around.
And is your assumption that that usage would just be seasonal in its need in Denver, based on your expected peaking there?
I can't confirm whether it's seasonal or not. I believe, and again, subject to confirmation, it was designed to clip the peaks. If I had to guess, I would say that probably is a seasonal peak right now in Denver, but that would be something you can confirm with Mr. Mino or Mr. Cohn.
Okay. And are you aware if you intend to use that for any other use cases or purposes while it's stationed, where it's stationed in Denver for its purpose, either in terms of kind of intraday balancing, curtailment of renewables, other transmission needs to reduce, presuming it's in the Denver metro area, all of the various other value streams? I'm
not aware of anything, but again, that would be a good question to follow up with them on. Apologies for not having more answers.
No, you're good. I'm gonna try them on you, and I'll see if I need to go somewhere else. Okay, let's see. So looking at kind of the whole mix here of NWAs, the CDAs, the VPPs, I'm curious if there is kind of a concern that the company has in cannibalization of the capacity available in each of these programs with several kind of similarly situated programs, although they might be localized, right? But they could kind of overlap in terms of the same assets, the same types of customers. So I'm just curious if you have that concern, and how do you ensure you're actually getting kind of additionality of new actual capacity assets in each of these different programs if there is some overlap? Yeah, that's a fair question consideration. I think the way we distinguish that today, for VPP, if you saw the sort of graph or matrix in my rebuttal testimony of sort of scale versus impact, we think that's a phenomenal opportunity that can be scaled quickly. But one of the trade-offs with that is that we're going to be dispatching that for the bulk system initially. To the extent that we have feeder load shapes that overlap with the bulk system, we'll be able to get that benefit. So juxtapose that to NWAs, which are specific opportunities, tightly bound by a project timeline that we're aiming to be able to beat both on time and cost. But the intent of that is really to reduce local distribution load in order to avoid or defer a specific project. So it feels, in my opinion, like there's sufficient daylight between those two things where we're not going to see any cannibalization. And I would very much categorize TDAs in being the same realm as NWAs, where we're specifically targeting an objective on the distribution system, albeit with a little bit more flexibility and less of a time constraint than you'd have for NWAs. Where okay. I think... Oh, sorry, go ahead. I was going to say where I think things could get potentially interesting, and there was some discussion of this around Mr. Neal's, I think it was his answer testimony. Once we have some of that VPP capability and the DERMS capability to dispatch it in more specific ways, I do think there's potentially a great opportunity to leverage that with a repurposed sort of dispatch strategy, almost like an NWA. And that's a direction the company is absolutely interested in exploring as we develop that capability and see that capacity start to be enrolled. Okay. I'm sorry. And then question 2 about if you think there will be or is the potential for customer confusion with these different layers of programs to understand, are they in the area, are they not in the area, what are they getting benefits for, who is providing. In some cases they could be going through a program of the companies, in some cases it could be a third party. So curious how you see us really trying to minimize customer confusion in the offerings in moving forward with kind of a whole suite of options.
Yeah, that's a good consideration. I think, so if I go back and focus on the opportunity that we think is the most scalable, the VPP program, I'm not sure the company is going to be the intermediary for that, given that we're really relying on third-party aggregators. I think by standardizing some of the marketing material and putting aggregators on equal footing in terms of what the company will provide on its website, consistent with the settlement agreement, we can minimize the opportunity for confusion. I think it does deserve a more concerted, thoughtful process to think about how these opportunities are reflected by the company, though, so that we don't unintentionally minimize the potential to scale these things and create customer confusion.
Okay, and so are you kind of anticipating that the company will be a bit of the clearinghouse with the main message that would ideally help to clear up any of this confusion for customers?
I think that could certainly help.
Okay. Sorry. I have a few questions about winter peaking. So on page 58 of the plan document, which is again ZDP1, it shows that the distribution system is expected to be winter peaking around 2031. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. I feel like I've seen some different projections over the years that clearly depend on the specific forecasts being used. And I'm curious, are there portions of the system that you expect will turn winter peaking sooner than others and later than others?
My understanding is that we already have certain portions of the system that are winter peaking. So if you go up in the mountains, some of those feeders, and I think some of those substations may already be winter peaking, but that would be something to confirm with Mr. Mino.
Okay. And I'm just curious, as you make these localized planning decisions in DSP rather than like in a JTS sense, we're looking at the bulk system, as we're looking at these more localized equipment decisions, are you able to account for that? Is that granularity that you have in understanding in the modeling when you're looking at specific areas, when the expectation for those specific areas is?
I think you're asking, do we understand the forecasts of local peaks, and do we use that to inform our planning decisions? Is that a fair rephrase?
Right, and kind of more specifically when the local peak is expected to turn to winter peaking in each area.
Yes, that would show up in both the historical data that we get from our SCADA system, we're starting to get from our AMI data, as well as the level of temporal and spatial granularity that we get from the load tier software to be able to identify hourly peaks. So even beyond seasonal, we can drill down to a few hours.
Okay. And then curious, do the capacities or kind of anticipated loading limits of things like your distribution lines, transformers, feeders, banks tend to change in the significant swing between the anticipated lowest ambient temperature for a winter peak and highest ambient temperature for a summer peak? Would that change the capacities of that different equipment?
I'm going to fly my non-engineer flag here and probably tell you to ask Mr. Mino about that one. Apologies.
Got it. You had said with Ms. Kutzer that there are many reasons the company didn't file a flexible interconnection tariff. And you had indicated that other witnesses could speak to some of the details. But it sounded like you did know the overall broad reasons. So I was just curious if at a high level, you could explain to me the reasons that the company thinks it's not appropriate to do so.
Sure. Well, I think there's a couple. Procedurally, the company feels like an agreement is contemplated in statute. So I would argue just from a compliance perspective that we still feel like we're in compliance with statute. Some of the other details relate to just the way that we've seen flexible interconnection be rolled out across the country and in other jurisdictions. Most utilities start with an approach where they look for high value opportunities. And as they identify those opportunities, they're also concurrently building the technical capabilities to be able to enable flexible interconnection successfully. So that means things like moving to a more detailed and granular 8760 study process to be able to understand and inform developers of curtailment that they might expect over a flexible interconnection arrangement. It also means developing the requirements for technology like DERMS that can support flexible interconnection more broadly, as well as establishing the skill sets and the competencies and building new skill sets with internal workforce inside the company to be able to operate those types of processes and technologies. In my experience as well, having worked on this in New York State and one of the first Rev demo projects for flexible interconnection, it's also a process that developers work through with the company, and that takes time, that sort of back and forth. It's very collaborative. I think the company has already made a lot of good faith efforts to work with developers even ahead of filing this agreement, which Mr. Chacon can provide some more detail on. I think there's a little bit of a misperception that the company can simply file a tariff and will be positioned to have this panacea of flexible interconnections all over our system. We've seen a very much more staged and pragmatic approach to it being successful.
Okay, so if primarily this is kind of a temporal concern in some case in terms of getting other processes ready prior, getting, you know, internal staffing appropriate, and then kind of staging the implementation. I'm curious if the company is working on or planning to bring a flexible interconnection tariff at some point in time, or if that is not something the company is interested in at all.
It's a fair question. I think we are interested broadly in expanding flexible interconnection opportunities. I'm not sure I would agree that we need a tariff to do that, or if there is a tariff, I think we need to be thoughtful in the way that the tariff qualifies opportunities.
Okay, and can you help me understand the flexible interconnection agreement that you've referenced? Who would that be available to as it's currently crafted?
Procedurally, my understanding that is filed or is referenced in the res plan. From an implementation perspective, that would be an agreement entered into with the company and any developer seeking to use a flexible interconnection.
What does that mean? Is there a size limit? Is there a type of technology? Help me understand.
Sure. So we've prioritized our DERMS use cases for flexible interconnection, focusing on large scale 1 megawatt solar and above. In my experience and the company's experience, that generally tends to be a good sweet spot where the cost and timing associated with infrastructure upgrades can lend itself to a flexible interconnection agreement where a developer may lose some of their revenue in terms of a trade-off for annual curtailment in exchange for potentially avoiding or a reduced infrastructure cost. So we're focusing on the larger scale things right now. I know there's some interest based upon the exchanges we had yesterday on different forms of flexible interconnection. But as far as the company's DERMS initiatives and what we've proposed in the res plan, I believe that's going to be focused on the larger scale opportunities.
Okay, so does the company have in planning any opportunities for smaller loads, smaller than 1 megawatt?
That would be a great question for Mr. Chacon. My understanding is that we've already started to use smart inverter settings to a limited extent to avoid some upgrades on the secondary system. But that's something she can certainly talk in more detail about.
Okay, and when you say on the secondary system, you mean like small DERs, like rooftop solar or something else?
Yes, and specifically trying to avoid service transformer upgrades and the like.
Okay. All right. I have some questions around inputs to loads here, in some cases related to like performance of other programs like CHP and things. Are you involved with that at all, or should I hold those for Mr. Mino or others?
I can certainly take a shot. It depends on the question, so I'll do my best here.
Okay, no worries. First, with regard to BE adoption, CEO noted that the company's actual BE implementation was well below the projected numbers from the CHP order. Specifically, the company had distributed a total of 35 heat pump water heater rebates, 154 air source heat pump rebates in Q1 of 2025. Does that sound accurate?
That sounds correct.
Okay. And understandably that this is new and this was the first implementation, but just trying to understand the impacts for the forecast. So 1/4 of the forecasted levels for that year would be roughly 11,000 heat pump water heaters or 6,900 air source heat pumps per quarter. If I kind of quarter the assumptions in the clean heat plan, does that sound fair?
That sounds approximately correct. Yeah.
Okay. So the actual Q1 2025 implementation was quite a small fraction of the anticipated uptake, right?
I would agree with that. Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any Q2 BE results yet for 2025?
I'm not aware of them specifically. I'm sure somebody in the company has access to that though.
Is that something that could be added to this record so we could better understand implementation in a more up to date?
I think that's possible. Yeah.
Okay. And then it's my understanding that there really was no customer facing implementation of Clean Heat Plan in 2024, right?
That sounds approximate. Yeah.
Okay. And is there any way that the company incorporated that delay into the forecast and load steer modeling that goes on?
Yeah, so this goes back to the distinction between the company's capacity check forecast and the company's base forecast. Mr. Minor can certainly get into a lot more detail on this, but my understanding, working closely with this team, is that the capacity check forecast is based upon known load growth that come in through formal customer load connection requests. So you can almost consider that as being a low sensitivity for capacity forecasting and the associated budget. The base forecast layers on the forecasted adoption of DERs in line with state policies like achievement of clean heat and PSCo's relative share of electric vehicle adoption. So I think if you're asking if there's a sensitivity that reflects non-attainment of clean heat, I would direct you to look at the cap check forecast.
Okay, so it sounds like that's based on known load growth kind of to date, but do those treat the forecasted uptakes differently moving forward?
The forecasted update, so just to be specific here, future adoption of DERs, which can include DERs that add load like heat pumps and heat pump hot water heaters, that, to my knowledge, is not reflected in the base forecast, or sorry, not reflected in the capacity check forecast. It is reflected in the base forecast, which builds upon the capacity check forecast.
Okay, so the capacity check forecast doesn't assume any growth in BE?
It's based upon historical levels, I believe, not necessarily achievement of state policy goals.
Okay, and is that true for building-based BE as well as EVs?
I believe that's the case. Again, Mr. Minor can confirm that definitively.
Okay. I had just another kind of broad question on the capacity check forecast. So the capacity checks, these are, as opposed to conceptual capacity checks that do not have an application, an actual capacity check without the word conceptual means you have received a signed application from that customer for the service?
Yes.
Okay. So the capacity check forecast builds in basically everyone you have a signed contract for.
As well as the existing load on the pieces of equipment we're looking at. So it's a combination of those two things.
Okay. And then does it also, I understand from your previous comments, it doesn't include assumed DE adoption in the future. Does it assume some regular load growth through economic, development and normal growth factors?
That's my understanding, and I believe that's an input, again, subject to Mr. Romano confirming, that comes from our corporate-wide load forecasting team.
Okay. Is there some, conceivably, you've probably got capacity checks for most of the things that want to be built in the next, I don't know, fill in the blank, how many months?
Yeah, my understanding is it depends on the nature of the size of the request. So, many master plan developments, a lot of the redevelopment we're seeing downtown, those are things where customers are coming to us years, if not decades in advance. Whereas the smaller that request becomes, there may not be a dedicated load letter with that, or for residential service. So it really just depends on the nature and the size of the request, as well as the timing.
Okay, got it. And curious, in those capacity checks, if those represent, some major developments, as you'd said, more majorly planned things in there, is there a double counting that occurs if you assume kind of normal economic growth of housing, of whatever, in your basic forecast, but then also layer on, well, here are the developments we know are coming? Weren't some of those kind of already assumed in the normal course of business in terms of how the economy grows?
My understanding is that that's not how we reflected. There's no double counting. And then in the specific instances of really large developments, think, significant major metropolitan infrastructure projects, those are not reflected in the forecasting process. They're just brought in through customer conversations with account representatives and the like.
Okay. But if you're looking at, a large share of the most major housing developments coming in the next couple of years already in a capacity check, how does that not double count with kind of a normal economic forecast of development?
Yeah, I would direct that question to Mr. Romano. I think he can get into some of the details with the specific ways in which LoadSeer does that allocation, to make sure we're not double counting that. I'm just not in the weeds as much as his team is.
Okay, no worries. A couple questions on PV and battery systems. So CEO claims that the 2024 PV and battery system installations were not included in the forecast. Is that correct, or not to your knowledge?
Would you be able to pull up a testimony reference? I'm just not sure if they're talking about historical impact or forward-looking adoption in 2024.
I can't on the spot, but I'll see if someone can get it for me, and I'll come back to a question on that. I'll move on to BE electric heat loads. So in supplemental direct, the company completed an analysis of 114 customers that implemented all electric heating, and that was, we don't need to pull it up. It's a very
familiar with it.
That doesn't like to open, but HE 109 attachment 3. Which was part of the completeness, sorry, not supplemental direct, completeness info submitted in February. That sounds familiar.
It does.
And through that analysis, the company calculated the maximum usage each customer's AMI meter recorded, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then it sounds like you conducted an analysis to determine the average of those maximum load levels, right?
That's, yeah, my recollection.
Okay. So, and essentially, as I understand how the company did this, you took the non-coincident peak from each customer, but then added them together to assume coincidence of all those loads. Is that accurate?
Yes. And I would add that the measurement at the customer premise, that's sort of gross load, where we don't have the dedicated metering on individual heat pumps to be able to isolate what's heat pump load versus other contributing loads behind a household meter.
Okay. Mr. Burgess of AEU took a different approach, instead looking at the average loading across the 114 customers throughout each hour of that 5-day winter peak period. Are you familiar with that?
At a high level, if you have more detailed questions, I might need to take a look at his testimony.
Okay. Well, instead of aggregating together the individual peaks that did not occur at the same time, it's my understanding that he determined the average loading that actually occurred coincident from that mid-January 2024 deep freeze event was less than 7 kilowatts. Does that sound familiar?
Potentially. Again, before I go any further, it'd be helpful to see his testimony.
Okay, let me try and get you a reference. I got a reference on the PV and battery system. So I think Ms. Kunkel, hearing exhibit 401, page 22.
You said 401, right?
401, yes. Which is Gegner. Answer testimony. Okay, great. So this, you can take a minute to read it if that's helpful. So again, this is back to the PV 2024 PV issue.
Okay, now I'm familiar with it. Appreciate the testimony reference.
No, you're good. So I was just curious if it is accurate that the company did not include 2024 PV and battery system installation.
Yeah, so in the initial modeling Mr. Minor's team conducted, I believe the PV was inadvertently omitted for that 24 through 29 period. When we went back and we refiled or not refiled, but when we provided the supplemental analysis in this case, that was added back in. So that was sort of corrected in the subsequent analysis. And didn't really have an impact in terms of the overall load that we're seeing and the mitigations that were modeled after that.
Okay. Can you point me to where the supplemental analysis is that would have that change, and was there any analysis on what impact that change had?
I believe the omission initially was about 300 megawatts across those years. I would have to go find a specific testimony reference, or I can ask Mr. Minor to have that handy when he takes the stand.
Okay, I'm happy to follow up with him. I trust he'll be ready for this one by the time I see him, so I can ask him some more questions on that. So let's see. I'm just trying to find this. Burgess. Ms. Kunkel, I think Burgess was hearing exhibit 2101. Sorry, taking you all over the place in terms of different people's testimony.
No problem. Second to take a drink.
And we can go to page 57, 58. So here's the critique of how you all calculated what the coincident impact would be of those loads versus how AEU did so.
Yep, I'm just reading the response here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Would you mind just scrolling down? Okay, I'm through to that section.
Yeah, so I was just curious, any reaction you had to the difference in how AEU calculated using this AMI data?
Yeah, a few comments. I think first, this is an extremely small sample size. So it's difficult, I think, to make a broad categorization. I believe the company caveated as much when we presented that data. We're starting to get better visibility into system-wide impacts through a couple different tools we're developing to leverage AMI data. So I think we'll be able to address that caveat in the near future. I think generally what we've seen is less load diversity with heat pump heating, whether that's water heating or space heating, than we've seen with other loads. So I think the analysis we put forward is reasonable and sound based upon the limited amount of data that we had to support it. But obviously additional data will, I think, further those conclusions or potentially alter them.
So are you saying you had different data that you did not present here, which showed a higher level of coincidence than the actual data provided?
I think the analysis stands for itself. I think generally what we've seen, not based upon any data, but there's less diversity of winter heating loads than there is of other loads that may be more flexible or more elastic.
Is there any data to show that on this record?
I don't think we have that on the record currently. I can confirm during a break though.
Okay. And then you had said the company's interested in kind of advancing this analysis. Clearly kind of the elephant in the room across all the forecasting is what kind of impacts we're going to see, especially related to the emerging installation of a lot of these BE technologies on the system, especially as it relates to the peaking needs, the coincidence of the peaking needs, etc. So you had indicated that the company is interested in, and it sounds like conducting more analysis in this. So I'm just curious the nature of how you're analyzing that and what the expectations are around any results there and timeline.
Yeah, we haven't, to my knowledge, we haven't conducted any specific analysis, but we do, now that we're almost fully deployed with our AMI deployment, we have a couple different data tools that we can use to query that information. So there's certainly an opportunity to expand upon the sample size and do a similar level of analysis with a broader set of examples. I think that's a good opportunity in conjunction with the rebates that we're now able to track through Clean Heat so that we can better identify specific customers that have adopted heat pumps and what we're seeing as far as the impact of their usage in the AMI data.
Thanks for that. And I understand the opportunity. I'm quite interested in the opportunity. I am curious, does the company have any specific plans to actually do it, to actually analyze the data?
I'm not aware of anything off the top of my head. I think we exchanged a few sentences back in the JTS around the load flexibility study that we're doing. I would suspect, subject to confirmation, that we're looking at that type of analysis either in conjunction with the load flexibility study or close to it.
Okay. And the data set that we were looking at, we don't have to pull it back up but in attachment 3, that was all retrofits, right? For retrofit of all electric heating? Or
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And to my understanding, there would be kind of more expected variability in the building envelopes and retrofits rather than all new construction. Is that right?
I think that's a fair assumption.
Okay. And does the company make supplemental heat assumptions as well for new homes in addition to existing?
That's a good question for Mr. Mino. I can go back to my supplemental testimony in this case and just note that the modeling assumption we use in the revised analysis or the supplemental analysis assumed a fairly high cutover temperature and a fairly robust coefficient of performance. I think we're at like 2.36 or so. So while I'm not aware if we're making that distinction today, I do note that the modeling assumption we used in the supplemental analysis was fairly conservative in terms of potentially understating the load impacts of heat pumps.
Okay, so you had said assuming a fairly high cutover temperature.
Yes, I believe we used 25 degrees Fahrenheit.
Okay, and how would that understate the assumed impact?
As opposed to using a lower cutover temperature.
Why would a lower cutover temperature make lower impact?
I think so cutover from electric to gas, so at 25 degrees, we're assuming that any supplemental heating would be backed up by the gas system, as opposed to that cold climate heat pump running all the way down to -5.
Understood. Sorry, I didn't understand. You were talking about cutover to gas versus to like electric resistance.
Yeah, apologies.
Okay, that's why I interpreted it as the opposite. What's the assumed average peak load for new all-electric homes on average?
I don't have that information in hand. I think Mr. Mino may, but I'm not sure if he's aware of that either.
Okay, ideally I'll ask Mr. Mino that for new all-electric homes and existing all-electric homes in case he's listening and can prepare for that. I just have a few more questions for you. Are you an appropriate witness to ask about some very broad AMI and SCADA capabilities?
Potentially, I'll give it a shot.
Okay, no worries. You're essentially fully deployed on AMI meters to your electric customers, is that correct?
There are a few, I think, 1,000 or so meters that have been challenging to implement, but yeah, the vast majority of meters have been deployed.
Okay. And what's the granularity of the data that you can receive from the AMI meters in terms of intervals?
Well, what we are retrieving today is 15-minute interval data. That's for billing purposes. I believe, and I'm not sure about the exact granularity, but in certain circumstances, it is possible to configure meters to be used as what's called a bellwether meter to sample more frequently. I think just from my previous experience working in the industry with AMI, that's not something you can necessarily do system-wide, given some of the communications challenges of using the field area network. You wouldn't be able to pull back, let's say, 1-minute data or streaming data for the entire system, but it can be done strategically to support specific use cases.
Okay. And I'm curious about the other pieces of distribution infrastructure. Do you have kind of SCADA data or other metering data in similar intervals for like your feeders and transformers and banks and other equipment on the distribution system?
I think the vast majority of our system does have SCADA information. I can't remember the specific granularity, but we do provide that information as part of one of the compliance aspects of the DSP. Mr. Mino could definitely tell you the resolution of that, though.
Okay. So you essentially have the ability in real time to see the load, real time relative within minutes, not hours, the real time load of really any premise and almost all of the pieces of your distribution system?
I would say within a day, we can use various pieces of information to query the impact of that. I'm not aware of any ability to get that in real time today, at least for the entire system. Again, if you're to configure specific sensoring in a way that you're only pulling back certain data for a subset of the system, I think you can get it a little bit faster, but I'm not sure that would be real time.
Do you mean you're not able to kind of process it in more real time and understand what it means and kind of aggregate it, or that you physically do not receive the data for a day?
It's more so the latter. Sorry, can you rephrase the question?
Yeah, I was asking what takes a day. Is it aggregating and kind of figuring out what that data is telling you, or is it the actual delivery of the data from the meters and the SCADA equipment takes a day?
My understanding is it's a combination of both. So in the case, I can speak from work we're doing on AMI right now. We have that set up to be able to grab that information once it's processed with a 24-hour delay. But again, in certain circumstances, it may be able to pull back a subset of that faster, albeit in a more of a raw format.
Okay. And then I'm curious, as far as kind of getting back to our discussion on how we get better insight and granularity, especially into the performance of like BE and other equipment. So for certain segments of your system, like new subdivisions, do you have broad insight into the kind of typical equipment types? Like these are mostly earth source heat pump homes, these are mostly dual fuel homes. Is that information the company understands?
I can't answer that question. I think we generally get a sense of the loads being requested when a load connection request is submitted to Mr. Mino's team or the planning team. So I think that would be again, apologies, another good thing for him to follow up on.
Yeah, I'm happy to. Are you aware if that's anything the company makes an attempt to understand besides just getting some general information from the application?
We're trying to use the data capabilities we have to ascertain information around specific load types. So EV detection is one example where we're trying to better understand what the impact of EVs may be. Again, as part of the broader AMI initiatives, we're starting to look into using algorithms to be able to better understand what the loads may be that are actually behind the meter using things like voltage signatures. So we're still in the early stages of doing all that, but we're definitely interested in advancing that capability.
Okay, and that's all as opposed to asking the customer. Like if it's a new housing development, you don't ask them what type of heating are you putting in?
I'm just not certain to the level of detail that we require in a load request, but Mr. Miner could certainly shed some more light on that.
Okay. Make sure I wrote his name in enough places. Does the company track in any sort of customer module or have an understanding which customers have received certain types of rebates, EV rebate, heat pump rebate, and are you able to allocate that back to the customers?
That is my understanding. That's our customer team that manages that, but I believe that's done through a system of record we have to manage rebates and administration of those rebates.
Okay, so in looking at someone's data, you would be able to tell these people got a heat pump rebate and I have their AMI data.
I'm not sure if the linkage exists directly in the system we use to manage the rebates, but it could be established using a premise ID or a customer ID.
Is there any effort now to establish a link?
I think on an ad hoc basis, we've done that to do some of the analysis, like the AMI data that we provided here. Again, I don't want to speculate too much. I'm not sure if that linkage doesn't already exist, but the broader point is that if it doesn't, it would be relatively straightforward to do that, I think.
Okay. I think that's all I got for you, Mr. Pollock. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. Commissioner Plant, how much do you have? Would you prefer to wait till after lunch, or do you only have a few minutes, or what's your preference?
I think I can get through most of this in maybe 15, 20 minutes. Maybe
yeah, let's keep going, and we'll take our break after you.
I'm very good at estimating time.
Understood.
I appreciate it. Hello, Mr. Pollock. I guess it's morning still for a few minutes.
Good morning, Commissioner Plant. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. I just had a couple of questions about, I wanted to ask you a little bit about the aggregator DERMS and the grid DERMS and how it integrates with the various different programs that you're talking about here. But before I get into that, I wanted to ask you about the 26 megawatts per year over 5 years that's included in, I think, the VPP settlement. And in the cross-answer testimony from Mr. Ehrlich at Tesla, he said that there's currently 951 power walls that are enrolled in the VPP pilot. Represents over 13 megawatts of capacity. And that throughout Colorado, there are nearly 11,000 customers and over 100 megawatts of capacity. So I guess I'm wondering, why are we limiting a 5-year program with multiple technologies and products and manufacturers to just 26 megawatts a year and 130 megawatts total for 5 years?
Yeah, a few responses to that. One, I think a lot of those power walls came in to what you call the VPP pilot. I think that Mr. Ehrlich was referencing our Renewable Battery Connect program. The incentives for that program were very robust when we initially started the program. I think that led to a pretty significant surge in applications. We've since reduced those reduced the incentive levels with those applications as we depleted the funding. In addition, I think the reason we may see a little bit of a slowing down in the VPP program is we're removing the upfront incentive and shifting purely to a pay for performance model consistent with the statutory requirements. At the end of the day, though, the 25 megawatts was purely a budget consideration. It may be possible to do more than that at the same budget amount, but the way that we've approached the standard offer of locking in at sort of 90% of the avoided cost, it makes it challenging to achieve further budget flexibility. But ultimately, at the end of the day, the commission has the discretion, as you're well aware, to approve a larger or smaller amount of megawatts that correspond to a smaller or larger budget.
So that 26 megawatts was based on an assumption of 80 to 100 events, a certain term of those events, the payment for performance at a certain level, and just basically doing that math.
That's correct. I think we assumed roughly 50-50 split between VPP capacity that would be eligible for the enhanced compensation with the distribution avoided costs and just the generation transmission values. And then just did that math to figure out what that would mean in terms of annual compensation payments.
And this is just for the aggregator DERMS VPP program, right?
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah. So with the distribution capacity adder, is that, and I think you sort of touched on this with Commissioner Gilman, but is that only on those feeders that historically you've seen a coincident peak with the bulk system peak?
That's correct.
Okay. So because it's being dispatched from the bulk system, you're assuming that will have sort of a capacity impact on those distribution systems, as opposed to maybe other areas where there might be a capacity constraint, but it's not coincident with the bulk system peak.
That is the hypothesis, and subject to what I said earlier, we're really interested to see the impact of that and make sure it's actually delivering the benefits that we've quantified here for the distribution system.
Okay. So this is going to be taking your aggregator DERMS, which I think you've been sort of maybe piloting over a little bit of time, and this is going to be fully deploying it. At what point do you anticipate having that completely out and deployed and aggregators signed up, et cetera?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I'll try to give you the abbreviated history here. So aggregator DERMS, I think as you're aware, started back in the previous DSP as DRMS. And we deployed that specifically, or intended to deploy it specifically for the company's Renewable Battery Connect program. As of a few days ago, we actually just cut over live to production for that. So we're able to use that platform now to dispatch those Renewable Battery Connect batteries. But in addition to Renewable Battery Connect, consistent with the decision in the previous DSP, the company is using aggregator DERMS to modernize many of its legacy demand response and load flexibility portfolios. And we also just recently renegotiated some scope there with our vendor to be able to enable the AVP functionality. I believe the timing on that is like the next 6 to 9 months of standing that up so that we're able to be able to launch that program next year.
Okay. And as I understand it, you're going to begin piloting a grid DERMS program. Is it first quarter next year?
My understanding, and Mr. Chacon can confirm this for sure, but the platform will be ready to deploy from a technology perspective around those use cases of flexible interconnection, flexible energization by the end of Q1 2026.
Okay. So does that mean you've already identified a grid DERMS provider?
Yes.
Okay. And so what is the time frame that you anticipate for having an operational grid DERMS program, recognizing that, it's you're going to learn things after the pilot and have a better idea, but what's sort of the plan for doing that?
Yeah, we're starting. So there's a couple elements to this, and I'm sure Mr. Chacon will provide some detail as well. But it's not just the technology. So the technology platform will be deployed in Q1 2026. We are actively doing work internally across a number of teams that will be instrumental to the success of grid DERMS and scaling grid DERMS to more of an enterprise application. to also assess what are some of the internal labor opportunities and challenges we need to assess. For example, we don't have the equivalent of a commercial operations desk dispatching DERs on the distribution system today. And that's something, as we think about scaling grid DERMS, that's a gap that we'll need to assess. There's also corresponding policy and tariff implications related to principles of access, curtailment provisions, et cetera, that we're working on to address. So we're doing all those things. I think it's a long-winded way of saying that we think the technology piece is going to be ready for that limited implementation in 2026. But there are other things that we also need to address along the way to make sure that we're not, positioning ourselves for failure there.
So are you then, are you anticipating, this isn't the way I've thought about this in the past, but are you anticipating that the grid DERMS would have basically manual dispatch or I mean, I was assuming a grid DERMS would be set on certain triggers at, your ADMS system identifies a certain trigger and then that would dispatch automatically. But are you saying it would be more of a manual?
Those are some of the things we're working through right now, the sort of level of operator intervention, as well as what groups are responsible for providing that oversight.
Okay. So on the flexible interconnection pilot or demonstration that I understand is underway or is about to be underway, what's the process for evaluation of that and then deployment? Is it associated with the piloting of the grid DERMS? Are those two things attached, or how is that?
Yeah, my understanding, there's really sort of been two stages of this. One is prior to the company deploying grid DERMS, and that's a lot of the work that Ms. Chacon's team has been doing, working with developers coming out of the last DSP. She can certainly provide more insight in that. But the goal with the limited grid DERMS deployment is to be able to enable flexible interconnection on a limited subset of the distribution system for specific resources where we've seen interconnection challenges. And any detail beyond that, I think Ms. Chacon can certainly get into the weeds with you on that.
Okay. So we talked a little bit about the established number of events, 80 to 100, I think I've seen for the aggregator VPP program. And since that's essentially, a bulk system DR program, basically, how do you propose that would work under a grid DERM scenario? I'm imagining that I think you use like a 4-hour, 80 to 100 events. But under a grid DERM scenario, I would imagine that's much more dynamic, and events are scattered around the distribution system in order to address a variety of different challenges on the distribution system, as opposed to one targeted bulk peak. So I'm wondering how do you evaluate both the number of events, the duration of events, and what that cost would be. And then also, how does that interact with the customer? Because a lot of that, I'm imagining, is going to have to be fairly fast and automated and not something that somebody opts out of.
Yeah, that's a great question. The short answer is it really depends on the use case that you're seeking to effectuate with grid DERMS. So if you're intending to use grid DERMS as a tool to facilitate, let's say, dispatch of DERs as a non-wires alternative, that will require a dispatch strategy that's effectively doing load following to mitigate a constraint the specific hours that piece of equipment or that substation may be experiencing those constraints. So it will definitely, to your point, have a heightened level of requirements compared to something that may be targeting the system more broadly, like a targeted demand area where you may be just looking for a block of reduced load in certain hours that may not fully defer or avoid a potential project. So yeah, it's hard to answer that one comprehensively. It'll really just depend on the use case that the company seeks to pursue with that.
What I'm wondering is, I mean, with the aggregator DERMS program, it's a little bit more predictable in
Sure.
terms of when and how much, and so it sort of it presents itself within an existing tariff structure and allowing people to opt out or allowing people, certain level of participation, et cetera. But it
Yep.
seems like the grid DERMS scenario is much more dynamic and maybe doesn't apply itself as easily to an existing tariff structure. And I'm wondering if the company is thinking about that.
Yeah, that's a fair question, fair characterization. In the company's view, it's really challenging, and I think you probably saw this if you watched the evolution of our position and testimony. We came out with a standard that we thought would hold the behind the meter resources to similar performance requirements of a bulk system resource. We understand that may not be possible, but we've reached a position that we fully support in settlement of recognizing those trade-offs, but the value that can come with that. On the distribution system, I would agree with your characterization that it may have more dynamic requirements. We actually think there's substantial opportunity to leverage front of the meter resources that may not have some of those customer restrictions. And I think you'll see that in the company's application in the res plan with how we're planning to leverage the dispatchable distributed generation requirement that came out of Senate Bill 207 last year. Some of those customer considerations are less present for front of the meter resources and may give us more flexibility to use those resources to address the sort of dynamic nature of the distribution system.
Would that play into sort of a throttling, more of a throttling scenario than, a direct DER management?
Could you help me understand what you mean by throttling?
So like a reduction in voltage, basically still providing, service to that distributed resource, but at a lower voltage in order to try and avoid those kinds of capacity constraints.
I think we're mostly focused on capacity right now. Certainly there may be opportunity to deal with local issues like voltage. The challenge in my experience is that that's kind of in a liquid and shallow market in air quotes. And I saw this when I worked in PJM with the frequency regulation market, right? There was a lot of value in that for a very short amount of time, and then everyone kind of showed up with their battery and then there wasn't. So we feel like in terms of trying to create some predictability and dependable revenue streams for the companies that want to provide this value to the system, starting with something like capacity that's available across the system, albeit in slightly different context and distribution, is a good place to start.
Okay. I think you said in your testimony that on the way to grid DERMS deployment, you're installing a field area network in 2025. And my understanding is that FAN is designed to work directly with individual DERs. And I'm wondering how that, or if that's intended to work with the aggregator system, or is that just for controlling flexible interconnection customers, or what is the role of the FAN in this application?
Sure. So the field area network is the network that we typically use to refer to the communications of our advanced metering infrastructure. That's mostly a mesh network that has pretty decent capabilities. We're looking at other communication mediums, and again, Ms. Chacon can talk to this in more detail, that provide for reduced latency that applications and use cases like flexible interconnection may require. So networks like LTE and private LTE that would give us a direct communication link and wouldn't be dependent upon other access points to create that network like we have with our field area network. That is a lot of the detail that team and other teams in the company are working through right now in terms of the communications architecture. On the aggregator side, for the launch of the AVPP program, we're actually just planning to use the aggregator platform to send notifications either electronically or over an API to the aggregators that will be enrolled. So it will be a less, I would say, sophisticated relative to grid DERMS means of communication initially.
So the FAN is designed to work with the flexible interconnection customers, not with the aggregators? Is that?
We're not, as far as I'm aware, we're not proposing to use the the field area network for flexible interconnection. We're looking at better forms that have lower latency of communication that are also more secure for flexible interconnection. And those are some of the technical requirements that Ms. Chacon and our communications team and other teams have been working through over the last several months inside the company.
Okay, so the FAN is specifically for AMI communication?
Generally, yeah.
Gotcha. And I think you talked about this a little bit with Commissioner Gilman as well, but in the targeted demand areas, you described that as a complementary product to the AVPP program. And I was wondering how it's really different than targeting specific, other than targeting specific areas of the distribution system from the AVPP. I mean, could you accomplish this basically through the AVPP with, for example, is a TDA an opportunity for something like a distribution capacity procurement for energy storage that would work in concert with the AVPP, but be controlled by the utility, or could you do it with aggregators with a higher compensation value in specific areas of the distribution system that you're targeting? How is it sort of a separate product?
Yeah, I think the sort of reductionist distinction in my mind is that which objective are you targeting first? So in the case of AVPP, the direct objective is to provide a benefit to the bulk system. To the extent that we may be dispatching on feeders that share a similar load profile as the bulk system, we're hoping to be able to recognize those more indirect benefits versus TDAs and NWAs, where we're stating from the beginning, the objective is to reduce the loading on distribution infrastructure to the extent that there may be other bulk system benefits that may be an indirect benefit. So that's kind of how I draw the distinction in my mind.
So is it, sort of like a mini grid DERMS? I mean, you're trying to get a distribution based benefit as a sort of wholly contained unit as opposed to as a part of a larger system, or am I thinking about that correctly? Or how does this integrate with what you're trying to get to with grid DERMS?
Yeah, somewhat. I think of again, going back to the sort of scale and value matrix I had in my rebuttal testimony, as you think about something like a non-wires alternative, where we define that threshold as being, you've got a project that you're planning to do, and you're seeking alternative mitigations from a capital project, which may be deploying DERs, it may be deploying battery storage. The methodology to effectuating that NWA is going to have a different set of requirements than a TDA. So if you're going after an NWA use case, that will have a different set of requirements versus TDAs, in our opinion, while they're still targeting to provide a distribution system benefit, the fact that it's not seeking to defer a specific project or defer a project, but is more just seeking to reduce loading in the hopes of never needing a project. I think there's more flexibility around that use case that may not require the very sophisticated control and load following that you might expect something like an NWA to require with grid DERMS.
Okay. You discussed net metering a little bit with Ms. Judkins yesterday, and obviously if the company had proposed a program that would serve as an alternative to net metering, a customer could choose to be in that program rather than in a net metering program. But I was wondering if the company has discussed what a program like that might look like, or how it might be structured as a sort of a performance-based alternative to net metering.
I'm not aware of any proposals the company is currently working on or planning to propose. I can say at a high level, having worked on similar issues in other states, I think the construct we've created under the virtual power plant proposal of trying to ascertain when and where there may be distribution system failure is a good start. So I would certainly think moving in that direction of reforming some of our existing programs to better encourage DER adoption in places where it can benefit the system and all customers as being a pragmatic way to address some of the the infrastructure and affordability concerns that Mr. Eiley and Chair Blank and others have discussed throughout this case.
Would something that paired battery storage with those generation systems be a potential component of that?
I think potentially, I go back to California as being an example. There was obviously a little bit of an uproar when California reformed net metering for the third time. It had the unintended consequence of creating a great opportunity for pairing solar with storage because the export rate was drastically reduced. So those types of opportunities, that was one way to achieve that. I think there's a variety of mechanisms we can explore in Colorado to help, again, pair DERs with the system in a way that they provide benefits beyond just folks that are direct participants.
Yeah, I think that, short of, changing the statute that provides for net metering, if there were a program that voluntarily solar generating customers could participate in, that might sort of move us in that direction as opposed to off a cliff kind of thing, where you might be able to demonstrate programs if you had those designed within a VPP.
Sure, and I think that's part of the broader conversation around the set of tools in the company's toolkit that it can use to provide system value, starting at the highest level with things of time of use, like time of use rates that are relatively passive mechanisms, and then on the other end of the spectrum, you have very sophisticated pieces of technology like grid germs. I think there's a lot of opportunity in the middle there to reform programs or introduce new programs that are able to capture some of that system value that we haven't necessarily captured in the past.
Understand. So to last thing, I think, to the sandbox idea that you proposed, as I understand it, something like this maybe came out of the New York Rev originally, and it's been piloted in Vermont, Oregon, Hawaii, maybe a couple other places. As you've looked at that, what are some of the best practices of those pilots or the lessons learned in those pilots that you think would fit well for a program here in Colorado?
Yeah, I think speed of implementation is certainly one area the company is focused on. And based upon my exchange with Ms. McLaughlin yesterday, I wasn't suggesting that the commission should have less oversight or truncated oversight. I think the challenge the company has today with the current DSP framework is that we come in once every 2 years on the current DSP cadence, and we have to ask for approval to move forward, versus the transportation electrification planning process, where that is much more driven by a stakeholder process. The company has the ability to seek approval through 60 or 90-day notice. So something that would put that sandbox concept sort of on parity with what the company already does in the TEPs. I think stakeholder involvement as part of the sort of vetting process is a critical piece that seemed to be successful in those regulatory sandboxes. I spoke with a colleague this morning who mentioned that there are a few TEP proposals that stakeholders pushed back on, and we withdrew those. So while the company always reserves the final right to make sure that we're not inadvertently introducing safety or reliability issues, we're interested in working with stakeholders in a more streamlined governance process so that we're able to cultivate the innovation that we need to be able to more aggressively pursue some of these non-traditional solutions, which have the potential to provide some of the cost savings we think are possible as part of the broader portfolio of needed investment.
Is the idea, and I think maybe something like this was proposed by Ms. Chacon, but is the idea that you identify a certain objective, go out to the market for technologies that might be able to achieve that objective on a pilot basis, and then have a series of performance metrics that would need to be met by that application, and then that, if those things are met, then that would then move to more of a larger scale deployment. Is that kind of what you're conceiving of?
Yeah, I think that's one possible way to effectuate it. I reviewed the Connecticut Integrated Energy Systems Framework, and it uses almost like a stage gate approach. You can think of, use a venture capital term here, you can think of as the first phase of a demonstration or pilot sort of being the seed funding, And then as you go along the way, there's opportunities to expand it or bring on additional funding opportunities, support opportunities from stakeholders. So something like that may have value here.
Great. Thank you very much. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Platt.
All right, let's take a lunch break and come back at 1. Thank you, Mr. Pollock. See everybody at 1. It's 1 p.m. and we're back on the record. Any preliminary matters? Or are we good with continuing with Mr. Pollack, Mr. Simpson?
Let's continue.
Good afternoon, Mr. Pollack.
Good afternoon, Chair Blank.
As you may recall, this commission asked for certain information and supplemental direct testimony that the company requested a variance from. In the company motion, which we can pull up if needed, the company indicated that it is incapable of rolling back the model to the exact assumptions utilized in the initial DSP filing because it would require many manual adjustments and up to 5 months of time and I guess man hours. Can you help me understand why the input files from the original forecast couldn't be saved for subsequent sensitivity evaluations so that valid comparisons could be made with alternative input assumptions?
I can try to the best of my ability, but I would direct you to follow up with Mr. Mino as well, since his team is the one that actually runs that model. But unlike resource planning, the company's distribution system planning process, load forecasting activity, begins with load seer, but it is constantly updated throughout the course of the year as we have new load requests and new information come in. So it's very much a living model, in my understanding. If you want to ask Mr. Mino specifically about some of the limitations of load seer, I would direct you to bring that up with him. But my understanding is because we're constantly updating it, we don't have the ability to sort of save off a version.
If the commission does find that a forecasting parameter needs to be modified in its final decision in this proceeding, how can the company comply with the commission's order given the limitation in modeling capabilities?
It's a fair question. I would just encourage the commission to take into consideration the variety of factors that go into the company's capacity budget at hand here. Specifically, back to the exchange I had with Commissioner Gilman, the modeling assumptions for the next several years are largely based upon known load requests. That's reflected in what we call our capacity check forecasts. So sensitivities around things like levels of achievement of policy goals and adoption of BE have much more of an impact in the late years of the forecast. I think it would be challenging, certainly understand the concerns and empathize with that, but I think it would be challenging to go back and ask the company to remodel a forecast and then have Mr. Mino's team design engineering mitigation specifically around a remodeled forecast.
Rule 3538F of the Commission's Rules of Practice states that the utility shall file a final DSP, which may include required modification within 60 days of the Commission's final decision. If the final decision order modifications to the underlying forecast, which in my view, we've already essentially done in the JTS, what is the company's plan to timely comply with the commission rule, given the demonstrated limitations of load seer?
Yeah, I'm not sure when we had worked on the DSP rulemaking, we had envisioned remodeling our whole system within 60 days. I think it's possible. I don't think that 60 days is a realistic time horizon for doing that. And as I pointed out yesterday, I think that the challenge of this remodeling exercise is less so the load forecasting activity, but it's more so the engineering analysis and design that goes into assessing risks on the system and designing specific engineering mitigations, which is something that is not part of the phase 1 generic modeling process for the JTS. So just wanted to point out that difference.
Yeah, I'm a little confused about what has changed with this DSP regarding whether and when a load forecast for a feeder will trigger an upgrade project. In some places, the company indicates that the imposition of the 75% load limit is partially responsible for the dramatic increase in distribution risk since the last DSP. and I'm referring to a hearing exhibit 103, attachment ZDP-1 at page 65 to 66. And then in other places, like Ms. McDermott's supplemental direct testimony, it indicates that this limit is not new, but has been around for at least 20 years. Can you understand which is it?
Sure. Yeah, I will do my best to interpret there, and certainly appreciate how that can be confusing. My understanding, and something to follow up with Ms. McDermott on, is the company has had that consistent in their testimony as a planning limit for almost 2 decades. The company has adhered to that planning limit, I would say, with less conviction than it has tried to do in the last several years, especially with this DSP. And that's reflected, as noted in Ms. McDermott's testimony, with some of the loadings that we're seeing on our feeders today. So while there's a lot of technical reasons why Ms. McDermott's team uses that limit related to being able to switch load and for planning and operational reasons, the company is moving forward with enforcing and adhering to that limit more stringently, given the diversity of load and increases in load that we're seeing today that we didn't see 10 years ago or even in the last 2 years.
Given that these problems have been around for decades, why can't we just phase in the investment more slowly and solve the problem and start addressing the problems over years? Why do we have to double capital spending in 3 or 4 years? Why can't we just address a problem that has taken decades to evolve in a longer time frame?
I think really up until the last 2 or 3 years, especially with the passage of the Clean Heat Statute and the state's goals around transportation electrification, that approach may have worked because we saw load growing incrementally. We're now being asked to plan more proactively, and as a few witnesses in the record have indicated, I think it was Ms. Bryn for NRDC, there are actually economies of scale of making an investment at a larger size once, as opposed to making more incremental investments like we have in the past. So I think the question, which I appreciate the Commission's grappling with around cost and affordability, is one which depends upon the time horizon which you're measuring it. But we feel like there's good reason from a cost and affordability perspective to make these proactive investments. We also note, I think, subject to Mr. Eiley's redirect yesterday, the company is being asked to facilitate the decarbonization of other sectors of the economy. And while it's true that electric rates may increase, we're also expecting and have done the analysis that indicates over the long run, customers may actually be better off from a total share of wallet perspective. While that may not be reflected in their electric bill, that will impact what they see in their savings account at the end of the month, if we're able to bring on those sales to the system and reduce their consumption on gasoline and natural gas.
Assume for purposes of this question that this commission had issues with the EV and B load forecast consistent with our deliberations in the JTS, as well as concerns about long-term rate impacts and affordability, such that we struggle to approve raising distribution capital spending up to $1 billion per year by 2027. Especially given that it may be difficult to reduce capital spending once a certain level is approved. Any guidance about how to find a middle ground on distribution capital spending that phases up spending to a lower amount than $1 billion a year, especially given your inability to model alternative load assumptions in this case?
Yeah, it's a fair question. I'm just thinking out loud here a bit, but I think there's also that risk is not asymmetrical, right? So if we invest the $1 billion or so a year and that load doesn't materialize, certainly that could provide a risk to customers. There's also a risk that if we underinvest, now we're needing to make just-in-time investments that typically come without the benefit of planning proactively and being able to procure materials and labor ahead of time. You also may not be able to realize those economies of scale that Ms. Bryn and other witnesses have brought forward in this testimony. So just in consideration of that sort of ramping thesis, I would just encourage the Commission to also consider the risk of inaction in a timely fashion. I don't know as far as potential ways to ramp up investment spend across our two biggest categories, I would suggest maybe an exchange with Ms. McDermott on potential ways we can consider implementing capacity investments, and then Ms. Block on asset health and reliability. But certainly appreciate the concern around increasing capital spending at that level and being able to trim back from it.
So, I mean, let me just see if I can ask it a little bit differently. Given your inability or unwillingness to model different alternative assumptions that would have created a record to potentially spend less, if the commission wants to reach a different balance than the one you've presented, it sounds like your testimony is trying to explore that with the other witnesses.
Yeah, I'm just thinking out loud here. It's difficult to say that definitively. I think it's important to, as you're thinking about these modifications, think about our planning process and our budget in phases. We tried to clarify in our rebuttal testimony that this plan is really seeking approval of the first 3 years. That first 3 years of investment especially is driven by known load requests. So certainly appreciate the scrutiny on the company's EV forecasts and BE forecasts. I would just reiterate that the impact of those forecasts and some of the assumptions around them really has a much more significant impact in the out years of the forecast. Compartmentalizing that type of analysis, I think, is a prudent way to approach it.
I mean, Mr. Riley testified yesterday that it's difficult to reduce capital spending from levels once it's approved. I mean, he didn't say why, but I assume it's because the financial community is looking to earnings growth. And once capital growth spending is set, if you reduce it, it makes it more difficult to grow earnings. So would you disagree with Mr. Riley's testimony that once higher capital levels are set, it's very difficult to manage them down?
I think there's a level of balance for setting expectations on capital earnings and capital growth, rather. Certainly, as we've talked internally with our finance division in the company, there's a balancing act here where we don't want to set unrealistic expectations for untenable future growth. You can almost think of what the company's earning potential would be if it actually had pursued investments for everything above the 75% threshold. That would, in many ways, I think, fit the definition of gold plating the system. But as I noted in an earlier exchange with Commissioner Gilman, we do not fund all the projects that we need to do on the system. We try to prioritize projects in a way that we're resolving material risks with efficiencies so that our customers are not ultimately being asked to pay for all that at once.
If you had come in with a $2 billion a year thing that had gone further, do you think this commission would be obligated to accept that? I mean, I guess what I'm trying to explore is what's the limit and what's the basis? I mean, I feel like you've sort of given us a take it or leave it proposal by not giving us any ability to alter the assumptions or present any information on a more modest budget level. So any comments on that?
Yeah, I think as far as altering the company's proposal, that's something I can't comment on as far as the outcomes to the system in terms of reliability and being able to serve new load. I think in consideration of an alternative proposal, Ms. McDermott and Ms. Block could weigh in on what that may mean in terms of the ability to serve customers and provide reliable service. I don't think the company is categorically opposed to doing alternative analysis. I just think within the 60 days under current commission rules, that would be a pretty challenging endeavor.
No, I hear that. So is it fair to say that the only approach on this record in terms of trying to get to a lower investment amount or a lower phased amount are the approaches put forward by staff and UCA? That there's nothing currently from the company that would help us get there?
Apologies, Chair Blank. My internet connection dropped out for a minute. I heard reference to UCA and staff approaches.
Yeah, I mean, is it fair to say that the only approach on this record in terms of getting to a lower dollar investment amount or phasing investment in more gradually are the staff and UCA proposals that we just have nothing from the company that we could rely on?
I think it depends on the outcome. In our view, and his testimony spoke to this, the mechanism for recovery is not necessarily the means of ensuring customer affordability. We feel, as we've demonstrated in our direct case and our rebuttal case, or rather our supplemental direct case, the analysis that's leading to these investments, most notably in the capacity and asset health categories, that is sound analysis. But from an affordability and customer impact perspective, I think there are levers and mechanisms that can be used to mitigate the impact of those investments on our customers. So, namely, finding ways to bring up sales.
Please elaborate. What are those mechanisms?
Yeah, it's tracking diligently what the sales growth is. It's finding ways to increase the utilization of the system. We're also, as we settled to in this case, looking at opportunities to explore non-traditional solutions that may be able to provide cost savings for customers. So in combination, I think all of those things offer an opportunity to limit some of the affordability impacts for customers. But I think at the end of the day, limiting the GMAC is not necessarily a means of preserving affordability. It's just a means of recovering what the company still believes to be necessary investment in another venue with regulatory lag.
Can you tell me how the company considered long-term rate impacts and affordability in developing your DSP spending levels?
There's two ways. So two ways I can think of at least. One is the rate forecast that I think you all are familiar with in Mr. Eiley's testimony. The second,
you mean the one that was submitted on supplemental direct after you locked into your DSP spending?
Well, I will say that prior to that, and it's in the record in this case, the company under my team and Ms. McDermott's team's guidance, we were doing our own analysis to use that same set of assumptions from the long-term rate forecast to provide a 2050 look under what we called our Grow to the Future analysis to understand what long-term customer wallet share impact will be. And that's what I alluded to earlier. Our findings for what we consider to be low carbon customers, so customers that would be adopting electric vehicles and heat pumps in line with state policy goals, they would actually wind up in a better place by the tune of about 70% lower bills across all energy expenditure for electricity, natural gas, and gasoline. And that would also result in a 92% carbon reduction. So, the way the company is looking at this is really that the perspective on wallet share needs to be considered here as we're trying to make investments that will enable and facilitate the achievement of state policy goals that shift molecules of gasoline and natural gas onto the electric system.
That's all I have. I'd like to see if Ms. Dundas has any follow-up questions. I know advisors had a couple concerns, and as we try and piece it together between the three of us, on my behalf, Ms. Dundas, if you have a few additional questions to pull this together and get some unresolved issues with Mr. Pollack, that'd be great.
Thanks, Chair. Hi, Mr. Pollack. I'm Lindsay Dundas with Commission Counsel, and I wouldn't say advisors have concerns or issues, just a couple more things to explore with you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Dundas.
It shouldn't take long. So I know that you had a discussion with Commissioner Plant regarding the VPP settlement terms. And I believe you talked with Commissioner Plant about how the settlement terms 25 megawatt capacity was derived, but I wanted to talk about what that will actually mean in practice. So per the settlement, is it your perspective that that 25 megawatt per year represents a cap?
It was a couple things. It was based upon a budget. I can't recall if we interpreted that strictly as a cap, but it was backed into based upon a budgetary number. I believe we had a discovery response on this, but don't recall off the top of my head. The other reason why we had a 25 megawatt sort of limit across those 5 years is, to my earlier exchange with Commissioner Plant, we are building the capabilities in our DERM system as we are working towards implementing this program based upon final approval. So some of that was a little bit of a governance mechanism to make sure that we have the capacity coming in a phased manner before the technical capabilities are implemented.
Okay, so putting a finer point on the term cap, it is your understanding that the program would not exceed that amount at any point during the 5-year period, even if interest was higher.
I don't think we've recalculated what the capacity was based upon the budget we derived. So we'd have to go do that as part of maybe our statement position. But yeah, it would be capped at the sort of budgetary amount, which could be used to derive a number of megawatts.
Okay, so it might not be exactly 25, but since the budget is a cap, doing that calculation, it ends up with a total capped amount of megawatts.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. Elsewhere in your filing on rebuttal, the company anticipates the DSP will come back in November of 27. Regarding the VPP, will the program capacity referenced in the settlement in any way hinder parties' ability to advocate for or the commission's ability to require higher levels of procurement in that next DSP?
In the next DSP, I don't think so. I'm not sure we fully thought through the dynamics of that, though. I mean, we're going to file our 2-year compliance filing after 2 years of operation of the program. So there may be some efficiency in trying to line up anything between DSPs and that filing together, but I'm not sure we've thought through all the details of that.
Yeah, so you just anticipated my next question, which was going to be, do you anticipate VPP issues to be addressed in the next DSP or only in that advice letter referenced in settlement term 30? But it sounds like you haven't thought that through.
I don't think we foreclose the opportunity to discussing things related to VPP and the DSP. There's also some reporting that the company has agreed to as part of the settlement agreement, which will provide insight into how the program's operating and what the impacts are. So yeah, I would stand by the statement that we're not foreclosing the opportunity to discuss or bring up issues related to AVPP in the next DSP, as well as the 2-year filing.
Okay, and then just to stay on the theme of timing for future actions with related to this VPP settlement, there's a 5-year VPP procurement period. When do you anticipate that starting?
I can't remember what we may have said exactly on timing, but pretty shortly thereafter, a final commission decision, again, assuming that we have all of the technical capabilities which we're working to launch the program.
So you think the timing of when the procurement period would begin is tied to when the decision is issued here, or when that stakeholder process referenced in the settlement completes?
Yes, apologies. Thanks for the clarification there. The stakeholder process needs to occur as well. So final decision plus the stakeholder process, the pre-filing compliance filing.
And how long do you anticipate that stakeholder process playing out in reality?
I don't think we prescribed a specific set of time. I think probably a quarter is about a reasonable amount of time to try to work through some of those issues.
Okay, so putting that together with our conversation about the 25 megawatt or some calculated megawatt cap, let's say that stakeholder process takes a year, VPP actually starts in maybe mid 2026, that megawatt cap's in place till mid 2031. Is that correct?
Provided that it's not altered by either the next DSP and the 2-year operational filing. I think that's a fair assumption.
And then that again, that 2-year advice letter filing anticipated in 2 years per settlement term 30. Do you imagine that the 2 years that the company would remain out of VPP participation for competitive reasons to align with that, or when would that?
Yes, that's what we've committed to, is to abstain from the program for 2 years, and then to the extent that the company decides it wants to participate beyond that 2-year mark, we would basically set forth the set of conditions we think we need to do to not create a competitive advantage.
And those would be set forth in that advice letter filing?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. So if, again, moving off the assumption that the stakeholder process will complete in mid 2026, would you say it'd be a reasonable requirement for the commission to bring any VPP data to the next DSP if that is approved to be November 2027?
Sorry, could you repeat the beginning of the question? I lost the first part there.
Yeah, no problem. I don't get to do this that often, so I talked pretty quickly. But the company is...
You're doing great.
So VPP, let's say, starts in mid 2026 after that stakeholder process
yes.
completes. So there's a 5-year period there. If this was something the commission was interested in looking at in the November 2027 DSP, that would mean you'd have about a year of data to bring to us in that filing. Would that be correct?
I think that's an accurate assessment. Yeah, notwithstanding, it may take some time for aggregators to develop some program capacity.
so if that was ordered here, that the data should be reviewed in the next DSP, that's something that seems on its face reasonable to you right now.
I can't remember across all the various reporting venues that we've agreed to, but certainly we could provide that in the DSP. I would just encourage the commission to be with the various venues that we're reporting in. I think we have other reporting commitments related to the ECA and other filings. So just trying to find a way to consolidate all that.
Okay, so just final question on this BPP topic. So it's, again, somewhere around 25 megawatts for a 5-year period, but really based on this conversation, it's a 5-year period or until the commission reviews the terms of this program, and that could be the shorter of each.
Yes, which would be a minimum of 2 years. So I think the sort of range of possibilities is between 2 years of program operation and 5 years.
And that cap would be in place for the shorter of 2 to 5 years.
I think that's a fair characterization.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, that's all I had on the VPP, and then just one quick follow-up from your conversation with the chair regarding the limitations of loads here. I understand the 60-day timeline and the rules for a final report is quite fast. But has the company thought of anything that could be done differently for the next DSP to avoid this issue?
We are working on ways to automate some of the capabilities around the loads here in the forecasting portion of it. I would encourage you or the chair to take up the issue with Mr. Mino, as his team actually does the engineering analysis, which is really the more time-intensive part. But certainly understand the concerns or empathetic to
it. Less on the engineering side and more just on the regulatory side, has there been any discussion of adjudicating the modeling or forecasting inputs in a venue prior to the DSP so that those aren't locked in to the plan presented to the commission?
As part of our stakeholder process, we made a pretty strong effort to socialize a lot of that with some of our communities and some of our stakeholders that are parties in the DSP. I think to the extent that that could smooth over processes as part of the adjudicated process of the actual hearing and DSP itself, we're not opposed to doing that. It's our experience has been that it's challenging to appease everybody from a forecasting perspective. We work with a lot of great communities, but in terms of actually like tangibly coming up with forecast assumptions and inputs that we all agree on, oftentimes it's difficult to do that translation exercise into a model. But some sort of pre-DSP process that isn't litigated and is more sort of stakeholder based, I think could be a possibility if it makes things easier on the back end and gives the commission greater confidence of the forecast in the litigated proceeding.
And if that was to be a non-adjudicated process like you just described, how would the commission have insight into that?
There's a variety of mechanisms. I mean, this sort of came up yesterday in discussion of pilots. We publish a lot of our stakeholder materials in various dockets. That's the one that comes to mind right now. I'd have to think about that a little bit more, though. I certainly appreciate the level of oversight on some of those forecasting assumptions, but also know it can be challenging with the timing considerations.
Okay, I think that's all I've got for you. Thank you, Mr. Pollack.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dundas. Mr. Simpson, redirect.
Thank you, Chair Blank. Mr. Pollack, let's try to make this quick, hopefully. You had a conversation with staff counsel regarding some of the reporting for pilot projects in the TEP. Do you agree with the characterization with respect to the company's compliance with its obligations?
No.
Can you explain why that is?
Yes, my understanding from having some subsequent conversations with colleagues that work directly on those matters for the TEP, while I understand there was some frustration from staff related to the timing of the reports in the first TEP, one of the reasons those reports were not filed is because those projects are still ongoing. So the company has made several commitments to publishing those reports related to the TEP PRI projects. I believe the company is planning to file an updated report this month, actually. So I think it was a bit of a mischaracterization to say that the company is not complying with the reporting requirements. I think it's more accurate to say that the company is still implementing those projects and will gladly report on and provide those findings to the commission when they're completed.
Thank you, Mr. Pollack. You had a conversation with Commissioner Gilman regarding heat pump rebates. My question to you is, would it surprise you that there's actually 4,700 rebates claimed so far this year?
That sounds to be the cumulative total that I was able to confer with some colleagues on.
In many of your interactions, while you were on the stand, people put statutes and rules in front of you. Rather than object, I just want to make sure the record recognizes. Are you a lawyer?
I am not a lawyer. Okay.
And with respect to the 1515 rule discussion you had with Ms. Stockmeyer, would you say that the little portions of the statute and rule that you brought before you is really the sum total of all the considerations with respect to the Commission's data privacy requirements?
Yes.
You sure about that?
Sorry, can you rephrase the question? I'm not sure I was tracking.
I was surprised given the tone of the question.
It's been a long morning. Could you rephrase, Mr.
Yeah,
Simpson?
no problem at all. If your understanding of the Commission's data privacy requirements, are they more complicated than just the small snippets that Ms. Stockmeyer showed you earlier today?
Yes, absolutely. And thank you for the rephrase.
No problem. There was a lot of discussion about flexible interconnection today, and you never got an opportunity to actually explain what a flexible interconnection is, and I think some context may be worthwhile. Can you please explain what a flexible interconnection is on both generation and load?
I will try to do it concisely, but it's a complicated topic. A flexible interconnection is a way to use control or curtailment to potentially interconnect a generator or a load based upon the conditions in the area or location that generator or load is seeking to interconnect. It requires a more detailed study process. It requires a mechanism to effectuate curtailment or control of that resource, and it requires different contractual arrangements as well as the internal utility employees to effectuate that control and curtailment.
So in exchange for rapid interconnection, the load or generation is giving up some level of service or the ability to generate.
Yes, that is the general hypothesis, that it changes or exchanges a capital investment cost that may be borne by the developer if it's a generator, or the customer if it's a load, in exchange for a level of control or curtailment.
All right. And so because of that exchange, is it necessary to review flexible interconnections on a case-by-case basis?
Yes, absolutely.
And why is that?
It's because the nature of each flexible interconnection arrangement or agreement is unique to the conditions where that generator or load is seeking to interconnect. It requires us to study the full 8760 hours in a year to be able to understand under a control or curtailment scheme when and where we might be able to unlock additional capacity, if at all. So it is challenging to make blanket statements around flexible interconnection around the system. It very much requires a case-by-case, location-by-location analysis.
And you had quite a few questions with respect to statutory compliance with respect to filing an agreement, and it's the company's position that you are in compliance by filing a flexible interconnection agreement?
Yes.
And why is an agreement better in light of all the flexibility needs for the flexible interconnection?
There's a few reasons. One, it's in line with industry practices that have been used to develop flexible interconnection arrangements and schemes over time. It reflects the case-by-case nature that each of those agreements might be slightly different depending on things like levels of curtailment, principles of access. None of those are features of a tariff.
And then lastly, you had a discussion with Mr. Dunbar regarding data quality available through Green Button Connect. Do you recall that discussion?
Yes.
And the company noted that it's the best available data that's provided at Green Button Connect?
That's correct.
And that's interval data, or what the company calls interval data, correct?
Yes.
Can you help explain, is it necessary, is the interval data coming in real time, or can a customer get billing quality interval data from the company? And it's just a matter of time.
It's absolutely a question of timing. If a customer waits 24 hours, that is generally billing quality data. If for some reason a customer needs to access it faster than 24 hours, it may be raw data, but it is highly accurate data as our analysis has shown. And within that 24-hour period, it becomes billing quality or process data. So it's just a question of timing.
And so you could pull my usage for the past 24 hours and 15 minutes intervals. If we pulled it yesterday, it would be raw. And if we pulled it today, it would be of billing quality more likely than not. Correct?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Pollack. I'm not going to excuse you. I'm not going to, well, Commissioner Gilman, did you have one more question?
Yeah, I just had a quick question. Mr. Simpson, sorry, brought up a value of 4,700 heat pump rebates for 2025. And I was just curious, is that referring to some document in the record or some document that you can provide us access to?
I will defer to my counsel on that, but I think we should be able to provide that one way or another.
It's
Also,
just a number
like,
it's just a number we were able to pull up. The numbers discussed earlier today felt low, and we just got the most recent numbers we could get today. We're happy to file them as a late filed exhibit, so the record's fully clear.
and is there disaggregation in there to understand the amount that's heat pump water heaters versus air source heat pumps?
No, it's just general rebates.
Okay.
Mr. Pollack, we're gonna let you go, but maybe not excuse you in case subsequent witnesses refer stuff back to you. But our expectation is that you will not be listening to the subsequent hearing and will not be expected to know what occurs from now through then. So you're free to get on with your life. You're at some risk of being hauled back.
Thank you, Chair Blank. Appreciate it.
Yep. Thank you, sir. I think we excuse Mr. Austin. Ms. McDermott, are you out there? We can't see you. All I can see is your neck.
Yes. What is going on here? Might have to phone a friend. We had this working earlier.
Technical help is on the way.
Well, I'm gonna swear you in.
Like
I'm
this.
gonna. Oh, there you go. You're gonna have back issues by the time we're done. Let me swear you in and see if we can get you started while technical. Oh, there you go.
There we go.
Ms. Montgomery, can you hold up your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You can put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
Somebody's at my door asking me if I got it fixed. Hold on just a second. I got it fixed, but it switched back to my computer and it's not on my up here on the screen.
Is it okay, or do we need to have someone come fix it?
Well, I'm not gonna be I won't be looking at the chair. I'll be looking off.
I think that's okay.
Is that okay? Are you sure? Because we can have somebody come fix it.
Let's keep this moving if they can.
Okay.
If they can come by and fix it in a minute or two, but
okay.
I don't want to take a 10-minute break. And how about now? Is anybody communicating with you now?
No. No.
If that changes, will you let us know?
I will.
Back to you, Mr. Simpson.
Thank you very much, Chair Blank. Ms. McDermott, can you state and spell your name for the record, please?
Brenda McDermott, BRENDA, MC, capital DERMOTT.
All right. And are you the same Brenda McDermott that filed direct, supplemental, direct, and rebuttal testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
And those are hearing exhibits 112, 123, and 104. One other item, Ms. McDermott, some of your testimony goes into potentially highly confidential information. So should anybody ask you questions with respect to that, please pause and let us know that any response would have to be kept highly confidential. And just wanted to let all the parties know as well in case we need to go into a highly confidential session.
Yes, noted.
With that, the witness is available for cross.
All right. ACE, I have 45 minutes and it's 1:40. Mr. Schlesinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. McDermott. My name is Jake Schlesinger. I'm representing the Colorado Solar and Storage Association, the Solar Energy Industries Association, and the Coalition for Community Solar Access, referred to in this proceeding as ACE. I have a few questions for you today. I will certainly not be using that entire 45 minutes, probably not even close, actually, regarding hosting capacity analysis. And so we're going to focus basically just on your rebuttal testimony. I'm going to try not to pull it up on the screen, but we can if we need to. If you have it in front of you, I can give you page references as needed.
Great.
Okay. In your rebuttal testimony, which was hearing exhibit 123, at page 34, starting at line 20, you discuss the generation hosting capacity data and state that it's most typically used by those considering adding solar generation resources. Do you recall that?
Page 34, line what did you say?
Line 20.
Yes, see that.
Okay. And can you explain the basis of that statement? Well, why do you believe that it is mostly utilized by those considering adding solar generation resources?
Yeah, just with our the applications that we receive for interconnection regarding generation on our system here in Colorado, over 98%, I believe. I just answered a discovery question on this. Is for PV, whether that's before or behind the meter. That's why I made that statement. However, we do see others using it, possible for batteries or other types of generators.
Okay, yeah, you anticipated my next question. So you agree that energy storage is also subject to the commission's interconnection rules and the company's interconnection processes, right?
Yes.
Do you have a sense of how much energy storage is seeking interconnection these days or over the last few years?
I do not.
Would you agree that the trend is going upwards?
I think at a high level, yes, I can agree that the trend is going upwards.
And would you agree that it's likely to continue going upwards in the future, that more customers will be seeking to interconnect energy storage?
I think that's a good question. Maybe a year ago, I would have said yes. I believe that that trend will continue to go up. Today, I think it may plateau a little bit and then kind of rebound. But that's my opinion on what's happening. But I do believe that those customers are using or could use the HCA generation maps.
Okay, great. And would you agree with me that in order for the company's AVPP program, which will hopefully be approved in this proceeding, in order for that to be successful, it would be beneficial for more storage to be interconnected on the distribution system?
I don't know if I would characterize success of the AVPP program to have more storage. Yeah, that's how I would say it. I don't know that I would say that to have a successful program, you need more storage.
Okay. would you agree that having more storage on the system, especially in constrained parts of the distribution system, could reduce capital spending?
I don't know that I would agree with that entirely. I would say that it may or possibly could, but every location is different. And since the distribution system is so dynamic and our customers' needs are changing daily, weekly, monthly, I can't say that that would in fact reduce spending.
Okay, were you just listening to the exchange between the chairman and Mr. Pollock a few moments ago?
I was.
So are you disagreeing with Mr. Pollock's assertion then that a successful VBP program could reduce distribution spending going forward?
No, I'm not disagreeing with him. I just don't want to absolutely say that it could do it. I think it can, depending on where it's deployed and the success of, and the, not the success, but the location of the VPPs and the number of applicants. And if our trend for the distribution system remains kind of steady in those areas, but if anything changes in that timeframe, it could change the success of a VPP.
Okay. Moving along, you also stated in your rebuttal testimony, and if you need a reference, that's page 35, line 12, that the generation HCA map, and HCA stands for Hosting Capacity Analysis. So the generation HCA map can be used to determine the routing of feeders and taps, correct?
Correct. Yep. That's what the rebuttal testimony says. Yep.
Okay. And I just want to clarify that when you talk about the HCA map, you're talking specifically about the unblurred map for which an NDA is required, correct? In that section of your testimony.
Correct. Yes. In this section of my testimony.
Okay. That's to be clear, because the blurred map, the public map, does not show the feeder locations or the tap locations, correct?
Correct. It shows them as blurred. Correct. Does not show the exact routing.
I believe it shows no routing, correct? No feeder routing, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And would you agree with me that a customer or developer that's looking to interconnect a DER would need to know the specific locations of feeders and taps in order to be able to utilize the hosting capacity maps in order to find a feeder with sufficient hosting capacity to host the project?
No.
You would not?
No.
Would you agree with me that some locations have multiple feeders running through them or past them?
Some do, yes.
And it's possible that some of those feeders might have hosting capacity available on them and some of them might not, correct?
Maybe, yeah.
Well, so in that situation, wouldn't a customer need to know which specific feeder has hosting capacity in order to submit a viable interconnection application?
I think the HCA map in the unblurred form is one tool, and even the blurred form is one tool for a customer to interconnect their generation. It's not the only tool out there for customers to use. And ultimately, it's a point in time and does not guarantee success of that interconnection.
Understood. Let me rephrase that question. For a customer seeking to interconnect a DER and to be able to successfully use a hosting capacity map, and assuming that the hosting capacity map is up to date and accurate, wouldn't they need to know which feeders have capacity and which feeders do not?
I don't necessarily think so. If I'm a customer, I already have an address and I already know where I'm located. So regardless of which feeder has hosting capacity, they are already on a certain feeder.
But you just acknowledged that certain locations and certain properties have multiple feeders, correct?
Certain customer premises only have one feeder, with the exception of ATO service.
Can you define that acronym, please?
Automatic throwover.
Okay, I think we're going to have to agree to disagree on that point, and maybe we'll talk about it with another witness. You would agree, I think you already did agree, that in order to see these specific feeder routing locations, a customer or a user would have to sign the non-disclosure agreement, right?
Correct.
Under the company's current policy.
That's correct.
Okay, staying on, I think on page 35, we're on page 35, yes. Staying on page 35 at line 19, when you talk about that NDA, you note that obviously keeping the map protected in the secure web portal does not remove the risk of targeted attacks, but it does increase the difficulty of planning one. It is a risk mitigation measure. That is your testimony, right?
That's correct.
Do you know by how much protecting the feeder locations behind the secure web portal reduces the risk of targeted attacks?
I do not. I am not the expert there in terms of those specific targeted attacks. But what I can say is that the unblurred version of our generation HCA map behind the secure web portal also routes our underground feeders, which are not visible in other forms such as Google Earth. And I would also note that like 60%, around 60%, I don't have the exact number, of PSCO's territory is underground. And so viewing of those unblurred maps to anyone in the public would expose a significant portion of our system and how we serve customers.
Okay, but your statement is a general statement, is the point that I'm seeking for you to acknowledge. You don't have a specific quantification of how much it increases the likelihood or the risk of the targeted attack. I believe you already said that, so I can move on. Okay. You also stated that protecting them behind the web portal will increase the difficulty of someone seeking to plan an attack. Do you have any particular basis for that statement, or is that just based on your professional opinion?
That's based on my professional opinion, plus additional steps that any potential attacker would have to go through, in addition to just going to our normal website that is publicly available.
Okay, you would acknowledge for a developer or a customer that's seeking to interconnect and is unable to execute the NDA, providing the feeder locations behind the secure web portal also increases the difficulty of planning that DER project, right?
I don't know that I can acknowledge that, no.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schlesinger. EU, I have 20 minutes.
Good afternoon, Ms. McDermott.
Good afternoon.
My name is Sarah Judkins. I'm representing Advanced Energy United in this proceeding, and I'm going to cover some similar topics that Mr. Schlesinger just covered. I will attempt to not duplicate anything he just asked you, but apologies if some of the questions seem somewhat similar. So first, you're the Senior Director of Distribution System Planning, correct?
That's correct.
And based on your statement of qualifications, your responsibilities relate to planning efforts on the distribution system, as well as investment delivery and regulatory strategy, right?
Investment delivery as it relates to capacity. And I did investment delivery in a previous role. And then I do some regulatory strategy today, yes.
But your responsibilities do not include efforts or initiatives related to the security of the distribution system, right?
My direct role does not require the role of direct security approaches for Xcel Energy. However, part of the role of being in planning and planning the distribution system is to make sure it's safe, and make sure it's safe not only for our customers and the public, but for those working on those lines live every single day. And so ensuring that both physical and cyber security of our lines where our linemen are working every day is absolutely one of my roles and concerns.
And just so you covered this with Mr. Schlesinger as well, you provided rebuttal testimony on security issues with regard to HCA data, right?
Correct.
And the company generates both generation HCA data and load HCA data, right?
Yes.
And in your rebuttal testimony, you stated that generation HCA data is useful to help customers and developers identify potential locations to interconnect generation resources to the distribution grid, right?
I believe I did, but can you point me in that exact quote that I did?
Yeah, we can look at page 33 of your rebuttal testimony, which is hearing exhibit 123. Taking a look at lines 11 through 13.
Yes, I acknowledge that I did say the HCA data information can be used to identify potential locations. Correct.
And you stated that load HCA data can help customers and third parties, for example, aggregators, understand opportunities for new facilities or equipment that would increase load, right? And that's lines 16 through 20 on page 33 here.
Yeah, I don't know. I did not acknowledge like aggregators. I just said customers seeking to add the location of new facilities or expanding of existing facilities that would increase load.
Okay, thank you. And just so the record is clear, this could include aggregators, right?
Yeah, as Mr. Pollock noted earlier today, that some of the information regarding load could be helpful for aggregators.
And these new facilities or expanded facilities could include, for example, transportation or building electrification opportunities, right?
Correct. Any type of load.
And just to level set here, the company currently provides generation HCA data using a blurred map that is publicly available, right?
That is correct.
And the company provides a more granular map with generation HCA data that can be accessed via a secure portal. Correct?
Can you repeat that? I want to make sure I'm tracking you.
Yeah, and the company provides an unblurred map with the generation HCA data via the secure portal.
That's correct, behind the secure web portal.
And this secure web portal can only be accessed upon signing an NDA, right?
That is my understanding, yes.
Are you aware of any other utility that requires an NDA to allow access to HCA data?
I have not done that research.
And the tabular generation HCA data can also be accessed behind the secure web portal, right?
The tabular generation data behind the secure. Make sure I got it correct. The tabular generation HCA data behind the secure web portal.
And that's how you would access that data, right?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. Just walking through all the variations of the type of data that's relevant here. And the next one is the tabular load HCA data is available behind the secure web portal, right?
The tabular load, yes, I believe that is correct.
But a load HCA map is only available in this proceeding to interveners who have signed a highly confidential NDA, right?
Load. Yes, that is correct.
And the company opposes making the load HCA map available outside of this proceeding, right?
Yes, that is our position.
And you stated in rebuttal that the company is concerned about a high impact attack that could be planned with a load HCA map, right?
Yes, I believe I did. I think it's towards the end of my testimony.
Yeah, if you look at page 36 of your rebuttal testimony, lines 22 to 23.
Yes, it says with a bad actor could easily plan a high impact attack. Yes.
And are you aware of any studies or reports that document high impact attacks on the distribution system that have been enabled by access to a load HCA map?
I am not, but company witness Marion may be able to answer that question.
Thank you. I'll ask him that question too. Are you aware of any reports or studies on best practices for distribution system security that recommend not providing access to a load HCA map?
Could you repeat the first part of the question?
Are you aware of any reports or studies that provide best practices for distribution system security that recommend not providing access to a load HCA map?
I'm not aware of anything specific as what your question is asking, but I do know that the DOE has worked on some things regarding framework for utilities on how to access data, and I'm not the expert there either.
Okay, but just to be clear, and I can also follow up if Mr. Marion's the right witness for this, you are not aware that those studies specifically look at risks for the distribution system by providing access to a load HCA map?
Correct. I am not aware of that specific inference.
Has public service conducted any studies to understand the risks to the distribution system associated with providing a load HCA map?
I am not aware of any studies. However, my colleague, Mr. Marion, may be aware of something that isn't in my purview.
And lastly, on this specific line of questions, do you have any examples of high impact attacks on the distribution system that were enabled by access to a load HCA map?
I do not.
And you stated in rebuttal testimony that access to the load HCA map would reduce the amount of work needed to plan a high impact attack, correct?
Correct, I believe I did.
This is the top of page 37, if that's helpful.
Yep, thank you.
And in this, on the top of page 37 as well, you state that some of the information could be obtained in other ways, including by correlating and comparing sources, right?
Correct.
So you think someone who is motivated to attack the distribution system would still put in the effort to plan an attack, even if the necessary information was somewhat more difficult to obtain?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Can you repeat the question?
Don't you think that someone who is motivated to attack the distribution system would still put in the effort to plan the attack, even if the necessary information was somewhat more difficult to obtain?
I think that depends on the attacker and the person and what they're trying to do. Some may put in more work and some may not, and move on to a different part of maybe the United States. I don't know. I am not a person that I'm not an expert at those kind of bad attack people.
All right, understood. Thank you. Turning now to the unblurred generation HCA maps that we discussed earlier can only be accessed via the secure portal. And you state that keeping the unblurred maps protected does not remove the risk of targeted attacks, right?
Correct. Yep. I believe I went over that with Mr. Schlesinger.
Are you aware of any studies or reports on targeted attacks on the distribution system that have been enabled by generation HCA maps or data?
I myself am not, but again, I do not like revolve around that security circle. And I think that's a better question or a question that Mr. Marion is more equipped to answer.
So finally, turning to the blurred generation HCA map that's publicly available. You state that users of the blurred map can gain insights into the extent to which there are already significant generation resources on a given feeder, right?
Correct. I believe I did state that. Yep.
That's at the top of page 35, if that's helpful.
All right, thank you.
And again, I think you covered this with Mr. Schlesinger, but these blurred maps don't allow users to see the specific location of feeders, right?
That's correct.
And seeing this, seeing the precise location of feeders can help developers determine siting locations and interconnection points, right?
As I stated with previously, I think the unblurred or the blurred HCA map can give you an idea of where to site possible generation and interconnections. However, HCA blurred maps are only one tool to do so.
But giving a developer insight isn't the same as giving them kind of certainty before putting resources into developing a site, right?
You're correct. However, HCA, the publicly available maps do not give certainty.
Sorry, you said the publicly available maps cannot give certainty, right?
Correct.
Right. And you said before they can give insight, but but they cannot give certainty.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Wanted to make sure I was understanding your testimony correctly. So having access to the unblurred map, which currently requires signing an NDA, is an important step in developing a project, right? From a developer's perspective.
I'm not a developer. So if I were to answer that, I don't know how to answer that. I'm not a developer.
Okay.
I assume that they use it, but I'm not a developer.
You also discussed in your rebuttal testimony a recommendation from IREC to broaden the scope of nodal HCA data made available by the company, right?
Yes, I did.
And this is on page 38. You stated expanding the scope of nodal information may inadvertently increase visibility into system vulnerabilities, and the company must balance the need for the data and the information needed for development, right?
That's correct.
Are you aware of any analysis, studies, or reports related to the security implications of providing nodal data specifically?
I am not aware of any reports or studies, no.
And are you aware of any reports or studies related to the benefits to customers, developers, aggregators, or other data users of providing nodal data?
I am not.
So when you say the company must balance the data needs of developers and other data users against the risk of system vulnerabilities, can you tell me whether there's a specific analysis or process to determine how to appropriately balance this?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. When you say that the company must balance the data needs of developers and other data users against the risk of system vulnerabilities, is there a specific analysis or process to determine how this balance is appropriately struck?
I don't think we have determined or have a specific analysis, but I think as we work through this, like specific use cases, such as what Mr. Pollack talked about before with AVPP, is a good example of a use case where information at the nodal level may be needed. How much information at the nodal level is needed versus isn't needed, is yet to be determined. But I think having a specific use case and going through those is what I would describe as what we would do to determine exactly what we should share and what isn't really needed.
All right. Thank you very much for your time this afternoon, Ms. McDermott.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have the City of Boulder 25 minutes, and it is just before 2:15.
Chair, and good afternoon, Ms. McDermott. I don't believe we have met before. My name is Gabriela Stockmeyer, and I'm representing the City of Boulder.
Before you
discuss with you.
Before you go on, I can barely hear you.
I was going to say the same, Ms. Stockmeyer.
Give me one. Is that any better?
Yeah, I think if you talk loud, it'll work.
Okay. If I talk like this, is this okay?
It's better, but I may ask you to repeat yourself, just FYI.
Okay. Let me okay, let's go ahead and get started, and if you have trouble hearing me, let me know, okay?
Sounds good.
I'd like to continue the discussion that you were having about hosting capacity analysis mapping, and specifically the generation mapping. So with regard to generation HCA mapping, hosting capacity refers to a maximum amount of new distributed resources that can be added to a specific location on the system. Would you agree?
I believe so, but can you repeat that again?
Jeez. Yeah. Hosting capacity refers to the maximum amount of new distributed resources that can be added to a specific location on the system, right?
Yeah, generation HCA, yes.
Okay. And as you discussed with Ms. Judkins, a primary purpose of this tool is to help developers and customers identify where to add and interconnect new distributed resources, or where not to put them due to system constraints. Would you agree?
Yes, it is one tool that developers or customers could use to cite or possibly cite DERs.
Right. And you make reference in your testimony to the publicly available blurred generation HCA map. And so, Ms. McDermott, I'm assuming you have viewed that publicly available generation HCA map, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this is available at Excel's website, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. If we could go into Boulder's box.com, please, and pull up what has been marked hearing exhibit 1106. And Ms. McDermott, I would like to discuss with you a sample of the view of this map. So I will represent to you that this is the view of the publicly available generation HCA map that I pulled from the company's website showing the Boulder region. Does this format generally look familiar?
Just one moment. Can we get the date of this document, please? Since you pulled it off the internet.
Yes, it was pulled yesterday.
Okay, thank you.
Can you repeat yourself, Ms. Stockmeyer?
Sure. Does the format generally look familiar?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And the legend here in the upper right corner identifies in a red box. The legend indicates that those are areas that will generally have little to no hosting capacity, correct?
Yes, but could we scroll in just a little bit to that legend area?
Sure.
Excellent. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And conversely, areas in green or in white have high levels of available capacity to host new resources, correct?
I would say they have available capacity to host DERs.
Okay. And just maybe zooming out a little bit so you can see the whole thing. You don't have any reason to doubt the accuracy of this view of the Boulder area using the publicly available generation HCA map, do you?
I don't have any, what did you say?
Reason to doubt the accuracy of this view that came from the company's website, do you?
I would say that I don't have any doubt of disagreeing with the accuracy on the date it was published. But as we all know, the distribution system is very dynamic and it's changing all the time with either new customers coming or new feeders coming online, et cetera. And so it is as accurate as it was the day it was published. And then, things can change depending on when it was published.
Okay, I appreciate that. And would you agree that based on this, the Boulder area has a mixture of some constrained and some non-constrained feeders?
I would say that the Boulder area, not just Boulder proper, that's accurate. It has some constrained feeders and some areas where DERs could still be put on the system.
Okay, thank you. And so, understanding you are not a developer, but that one purpose of this map is for developers to locate areas of interest for interconnection. A developer might want to zoom in on areas of green or white. Would you agree with me?
Yes, as you stated, I'm not a developer, but I assume that's what they would do.
Okay, so let's go ahead and turn to page 2 then, which I will represent to you is a bit more of a zoomed in view of a portion of the Boulder area. And in the middle of the image, do you see there is an area that has orange on both sides, and it's identified with Route 15 going through it, and it says East Campus and Williams Village? Can you see that? And if we need to scroll on a little bit, you can.
Yes, I can see that. Yes.
Okay. So this potentially might be an area of interest to a developer then. Would you agree?
Again, not a developer, but potentially, depending on the size of their DER that they want to locate.
Okay. And if we could go to page 3, which I will represent as a further zoomed in view of this specific area, which now the map shows as CU East Campus and includes CU Williams Village. Do you see that?
I see CU East Campus, but CU Williams Village, where's that at?
In the lower left hand of that white area.
I see that now. Yes, now I see that. Yes, thank you.
Okay. And Ms. McDermott, based on this hosting capacity map, is it your understanding then that this area has a hosting capacity greater than 4,000 kWA?
I don't even see the white.
I do not read that map that way.
So what do you believe this mapping shows of this portion of the system?
I don't see any blur of electric service on this area that we zoomed in on. Therefore, I assume it was removed.
Okay, so this would be an area that is excluded from the HCA mapping?
Potentially. I'm not exactly sure, excuse me, on every single area of every, of the state of Colorado where we put HCA. So I would, I don't want to assume anything here. Well, I assumed that this was taken off for like maybe a 1515 reason, but again, that's just my assumption, and I don't know.
Could we zoom back, or excuse me, Miss Kunkel, or it might be, sorry, who's driving right now?
That's right. It's me, Stephanie.
Okay, Miss Kunkel, thank you. Could you go back to page 2, please? So can you tell from this further zoomed out image what areas are excluded and what areas are greater than 4,000 kWA?
From this particular view, I can't. Did you happen to click on the map in this area to see what data it popped up?
Well, I proceeded to zoom in on page 3.
Got it.
So I guess so you raised that the company has excluded certain feeders from the HCA mapping as a result of the 1515 rule. And so I guess I just have a general question of how would a developer, if you have trouble ascertaining this, how would a developer viewing this map know what portions of the system have high levels of capacity available to interconnect and what areas are simply excluded from the mapping?
Good question. I think there's two things you could do as a developer. Again, we're not looking at the live version here. So if we would have clicked on it and a pop-up appeared, that would have been one thing. But if nothing appeared, it would mean that we probably excluded that data, which then a developer could go another route and do like a pre-application report or something in the area to determine if that area could host DER.
Okay. And Ms. McDermott, are you aware of whether the website has a disclosure that certain areas of the system are excluded from viewing?
I'm aware that the website has a disclosure. I have not read it in some time. So I would have to reread that to see if it says that we remove certain areas. I also believe we have another place on our website that talks about the hosting capacity map and how to use it. Again, I have not like searched that area for quite some time, and I would have to go back and look at that.
Okay, I appreciate that. And at this time, I would move for the admission of hearing exhibit 1106 as a demonstrative exhibit.
Mr. Simpson?
I have no objections to that, subject to the record reflecting that this is not a live exhibit, and also subject to the record reflecting that this exhibit does not contain the disclaimer box Ms. Stockmeyer raised.
I think the record is clear. So with that, so admitted.
And we can go ahead and take this down, please, Ms. Kunkel. Ms. McDermott, were you able to hear my brief discussion this morning with Mr. Pollock regarding the 1515 rule?
Yes, I heard most of it.
Okay. And as I understand it, the company's interpretation is that the 1515 rule prohibits it from showing in the HCA map the hosting capacity of any feeders which serve less than 15 customers or for which a single customer's annual energy usage comprises 15% or more of the usage of the feeder. Do I have that right?
Going from memory, yes.
Okay. And if we could pull up what has been marked hearing exhibit 1105 in bouldersbox.com. You answered some discovery that Boulder had about this topic. Do you recall that?
Yes, I answered quite a few questions on this. So.
Okay. And if we could scroll down to page 3 and 4 so you can familiarize yourself with the document. This was the company's response to discovery request Boulder 4-6. Do you see that?
Yes, I see the questions.
And on the last page, you were the sponsor of this response?
Yes.
Okay, I would move to admit hearing exhibit 1105.
Mr. Simpson.
No objection to its admission, subject to the substantive objections contained therein.
So admitted.
And on page 4, at subpart D, you state that 180 feeders were excluded from the most recent HCA, correct?
Yes.
And you note in subpart E that 8 feeders in the Boulder Planning Division were excluded, correct?
Yes, in the Boulder Planning Division. I don't see the question though. Could you?
Yeah, if we could scroll up just a little bit.
Okay.
And in subpart C, if you could scroll up again, sorry, Ms. Kunkel, you were asked, or the company was asked to state with specificity why this feeder capacity amounts to customer data subject to Rule 15. Do you see that?
I do.
And the response is a legal objection as well as reference to subpart B, and subpart B is also the objection. But then it also states it's the company's position that data regarding load and generation capacity use are customer data subject to the rule, correct?
Correct. That's what it says.
So I would appreciate your help in clarifying, why is the hosting capacity analysis mapping and tabular data for feeders which serve less than 15 customers, or for which a single customer's annual energy usage comprises 15% or more of the feeder, why is that aggregated customer data?
But just an objection that it would call for legal analysis with respect to the fact that aggregated customer data is the defined term in the rule. But other than that, we're okay.
Yeah, if you could answer the question subject to the understanding that you're not a lawyer, that'd be great.
Thanks. Can you repeat the question, Ms. Stockmeyer?
Yes. Why is the hosting capacity mapping and the supporting data for feeders which serve less than 15 customers, or for which the annual energy usage on the feeder for any one customer is 15% or greater, why is that aggregated customer data in the company's opinion?
It is aggregated data across the entire feeder in order to determine you had it up earlier, the legend or the color in which the map is. So we do have to aggregate the customer's data in order to figure out what color, for lack of better terms, or what threshold can still be hosted by that particular feeder.
So and in your discovery response here, you've referred to the data as load and generation capacity use. Is the hosting capacity analysis mapping and data itself customer load data?
Say that again, is the load and what?
Is the HCA mapping and data an individual customer, is the HCA mapping and data customer load data?
We take the data from the DERs and aggregate them, and each DER is owned by a particular customer. So yes, I would say that is customer data. It may be their generation data, but it is customer data.
So let me, and we can take this down, Ms. Kunkel, thank you. Is it, so at a high level, is it your understanding that the limitation in the 1515 rule regarding aggregated customer data is intended to protect customer confidentiality?
Subject to me not being a legal person, yes, it's my understanding that we're trying to protect customer data.
Okay. And at a high level, the hosting capacity, HCA, mapping and data are generated from load flow models that factor in multiple data sources. Isn't that true?
They factor in, yes, they factor in multiple data sources, one of those being customer data.
One of those being customer data, but there are multiple inputs into the model that spits out the HCA, right?
There has to be multiple inputs in order to get a model or get a map, yes.
So can you back out any one input from the model on the back end?
I'm not following your question. Can you ask it a different way?
Okay. Let's take a hypothetical. Let's assume we have a feeder that has a large customer that uses more than 15% of the annual energy supplied by a feeder. And let's assume it's not a dedicated feeder. If the feeder were shown on the HCA map, and there was no note that they were a 15% or more customer, it would not be possible to derive the large customer's individual energy usage from the HCA, would it?
I believe that you could get an estimate from reverse engineering and making some assumptions.
Please explain that.
I am not sure I should explain that here. I may want to go into the highly confidential session in order to explain that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's, if I could reserve just a few minutes of Miss McDermott when she goes into highly confidential session with IREC's attorney, that might be helpful. I don't think we need to do it right now. If that's okay, Chair.
I think Ms. McDermott reserved it for you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Without divulging any highly confidential information, the company doesn't adjust the HCA modeling each year for every feeder based on each individual connected customer's energy usage, does it?
Currently today, no, but that is our intent, is to improve our publication of HCA data on the blurred map and public facing site. And eventually it is to update every single feeder at least once a year. That is our roadmap and eventual goal for the HCA.
Well, let me do another hypothetical. If there is a commercial building And there's a customer that vacates that building, so there's no longer energy usage at a particular premise. The company doesn't update its power flow models based on that changed usage, does it?
The next time we would run a power flow model, we would note that that meter is no longer there, and we would no longer see that usage or that load. And yes, the model would then update.
All right. Well, I'll be interested to hear more about the backing out of the energy usage data when we chat next. But those are my questions for now. Thank you, Ms. McDermott.
Thank you.
Thank you. Why don't we take a 5-minute break and we'll reconvene at 2:45 with the city of Denver. Is that enough for you, Ms. Boulay, or do you need 10 minutes?
That's fine. Thank you.
All right. 2:45. Thanks. City of Denver, Mr. Solomon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Dermott. My name's Chuck Solomon. I'm an assistant city attorney with the city and county of Denver.
Let me just
we
see
have
if
someone
I
with a hand up real quick.
Yeah, let me make sure I didn't screw anything up. Miss Stanfield.
Yeah, sorry, and I didn't mean to interrupt the flow there. I just wanted to be clear that I haven't reserved or wasn't planning on highly confidential cross of Ms. McDermott. I am planning on highly confidential cross for Mr. Mino, if I'm saying his name again, right? I don't, it may be that Mr. Simser believes that some of my questions are highly confidential, but I don't believe so. Just wanted to flag that in case you're holding time for what I don't think necessarily needs to be highly confidential cross on my part.
So, does anybody have highly confidential cross for Ms. McDermott? Ms. Stockmeyer, did you get your question? I don't think we're going to go in a highly confidential session with Ms. McDermott. With Ms. Stanfield's correction. If Ms. McDermott is out there, could we see if we could get your question answered as best we can without the highly confidential session? Mr. Simser?
Thank you, Chair Blank. We do want to reserve our right to do highly confidential redirect to the extent it comes down to that. So I want to get that out there.
Do you think that's likely, or
I have to see what Miss Stanfield ultimately ends up crossing Miss McDermott with? As of right now, no, I don't see any further.
Ms. Stockmeyer, can we avoid a highly confidential session, or
if Miss McDermott can answer my question in a way that doesn't have a highly confidential answer, then I would say yes.
all right, let's try. I'm going to be paying attention. Ms. McDermott, ask your question again.
Or I should ask the question again.
Yes, please.
Okay. Hold on, Chair. I wasn't quite ready because
Yeah, we thought we were going there anyway, but if we can avoid it, let's avoid it.
Okay.
Well, go ahead. If you're ready, let's ask. If not, I'll go to Mr. Solomon.
Could we go to Mr. Solomon and come back? I just
Yeah.
I apologize. Okay.
Mr. Solomon, back to you. It's 2:50 and I got 10 minutes, but you don't have much cross, so you're free. But you're muted. You're muted, sir. Oh no, you're still muted.
There we go. Sorry about that. Technical
no
difficulties. I'm getting to learn how to use my computer better. Good afternoon, Mr. McDermott. Nice to meet you. I don't think we've met in the past. I just have a couple of general topics to talk with you a little bit about. The first has to do with the ambient thermal loop network. I will probably refer to your rebuttal testimony. I'm not sure that we really need to pull it up, but I can certainly direct you to the pages and lines if that's helpful to you. And really where I'm starting is on page 19 of your rebuttal testimony. You were asked whether the company supports efforts to further plan for possible ambient thermal loop in Denver, and you responded yes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then you noted that there are two different commission proceedings where the company has agreed to work with Denver to address certain planning considerations for that ambient thermal network, correct?
That is correct.
And the two commission proceedings, one was steam and one was gas. Is that right?
Yeah.
If it's helpful, I'm looking at page 19, lines 19 and 20.
Yeah, one was the company's steam resource and regulatory plan, and the other was the company's thermal energy network pilot.
Okay, and either of those proceedings, did the company and Denver agree to collaborate to assess the ambient thermal loop's impact on the electric distribution system?
Can you ask that again? In either proceeding? Is that what you said?
Yes, in either the gas or the steam proceedings. Did the company and Denver agree to collaborate to assess the ambient thermal loop network's impact on the electric distribution system?
Honestly, I don't recall. I don't know.
Okay. Are you aware if the company in Denver have agreed to look at the impact of this thermal loop on the electric distribution system?
You know, as my testimony moves on, we did support a grant application to work with the city of Denver, and I know we're in active communications and talking with the city of Denver. The planner that works for Mr. Mino is active with the city of Denver on the thermal loop as a possibility.
Okay. But it's fair to say that in this particular DSP, the ambient thermal loop wasn't considered as part of the DSP for load forecasting.
That's correct. In terms of load forecasting, we did not take into account the thermal loop as a possibility because we don't know yet. It's not. We're still in the pilot or exploration phase, I should say.
Okay. Do you have an estimate of when you may have more information that would be useful for moving it into a DSP plan?
As of today, I do not. I do not. However, like I stated, Mr. Mino's planner works directly with the city of Denver, and so Mr. Mino may have more in-depth knowledge of when that may be a possibility.
Okay, I can follow up with him. Thank you. If we move on to page 21 of your testimony, at the very top of the page, you responded that you didn't think the company should be directed to prepare a study on the feasibility of a potential ambient loop in the next DSP. Do you see that?
I do.
And why is that?
Well, for two reasons, as stated in my testimony. You know, I think there's other proceedings that can address this, and they could, possibly consider it. I also think that high level, this could be considered an NWA of sorts as a possibility. So, the company does not bid into NWAs as of yet, or we haven't bid into an NWA, but it could be a result of a potential NWA. And I think committing to the next DSP in 2 years may be too soon. I'm not sure how fast both parties are moving in terms of, evaluating this. So those are just a few reasons why we don't want to commit.
Got it. Okay. So where would I expect, or the city expect, that the results of the ambient loop, assuming that they're out there and could relieve some of the electric load, how would we expect to see that in a proceeding, an electric proceeding? Would it be in a DSP or would it be in something different in your mind?
That's a good question. I could eventually see it in a DSP if we got there. Again, notwithstanding the next one, but maybe a following one. I could see it in maybe potential a potential pilot phase somehow, like Mr. Pollock was referencing, if the commission adopts the sandbox. I could possibly see it, you know, just as a small pilot with one potential customer, if you will, and then reporting on it. I think there's multiple ways that we could eventually get there. I just don't have a time frame in mind of when or where we would do that.
So at this stage, sorry for interrupting. Go ahead.
We would certainly report whenever we had enough information to do so somewhere. I'm just not the regulatory expert on where to actually put that.
Okay, that's helpful. So the company wouldn't necessarily foreclose bringing it up in a DSP in the future, should it deem it to be appropriate.
I think that's correct.
Okay, fair enough. Well, I'd like to move on to a different recommendation that Denver had that the company rejected. And I think this starts on page 22, lines 6, where you were asked a question about whether the company would support Denver's recommendation that the company evaluate the use of a higher voltage distribution assets in the downtown area. And I think you said no at this stage. Is that fair?
I think that's semi-fair. I think just to evaluate, I'm reading my testimony, sorry. I think
sure, go ahead.
Just to evaluate it for the city of Denver, maybe wouldn't be appropriate. We would want to look on a broader scale, possibly. I think there's other possibilities that also come with that in terms of changing the voltage. There's several factors in terms of safety, supply chain, new protocols, and possibly new training and different employees that would be required. So I think that operating at different voltages, we wouldn't just reserve the right to do for Denver. It would be globally across our PSCO territory, and we'd have to look at several different factors. So for those reasons, that's why we specifically, I don't know if I'd call it rejected. We just didn't agree with the approach that Denver had, but we think it's much broader than just a small area of the territory.
Got it. And I believe you testified on that same page, starting on line 9, that the company believes that whether it increases voltage for its feeders and substations is a matter of engineering judgment that should be left to the company. Is that fair?
Yes.
When did the company adopt its current standard configuration for substations and feeders?
I guess I'm going to have to ask for clarification. When you say standard design for substation and feeders, what are you referring
to? The voltage.
To the voltage? Oh,
yes.
The voltage of our system has been in place since, I mean.
Well, I would direct you to maybe page 23, lines 4 and 5, if that might be helpful.
Yes, so this is your I guess in my mind you're confusing two different things here.
Okay.
And maybe it's just my engineering brain that can't separate them. So bear with me here for a second.
Sure.
the voltages at our substations have been there since, the transformer was there. And we have some transformers at our system that are, over 50 years old. As time has come on, we have configured our system, and what I refer to on pages like 4, 5, or not pages 4, 5, and 6, but page 23, lines 4, 5, 6, where I say it's been in place for more than 20 years. That's kind of referring to our standard of the 75% loading of feeders and the 50 MVA transformers, those kinds of things with three feeder ties for each feeder. So apologies if I was confusing in my testimony, but that's kind of the difference of what I'm thinking in terms of standards.
Got it. Okay, no, that's helpful. Thank you for that explanation. Appreciate that. Let's see here. On page 23, I'm going to continue down the same line. You said that has been making the system more uniform since that 20 years ago, with the exceptions for mountainous areas and Denver International Airport. What is the standard voltage for the non-mountainous areas and not Denver International Airport?
It's our 13.2 kV distribution load voltage.
And what's the voltage for the mountainous areas and DIA?
It's our 25 kV system, or what we've referred to as our 25 kV system.
Okay, got it. On the next page, page 24, line 3 to 5, you said it would take several decades before an entire system in Denver could be transitioned to a higher voltage. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in this current DSP, we're looking at a multi-decade systematic redevelopment of the distribution system. Is that fair?
I am not sure I'd characterize it as a redevelopment of the distribution system. I would say that we are building new infrastructure as well as replacing our aging infrastructure.
Okay. So when would be a good time for the company to reevaluate the voltage it's using on its current system?
Well, I think as a whole, the company reevaluates our standards all the time. And in order to move from a voltage like we have in the city of Denver and totally just say, okay, we're going to get rid of that voltage and now we're going to put in, for argument's sake or conversation, our 25 kV system. I mean, you're basically removing every single piece of equipment, every substation transformer, every piece of wire, underground, every above ground transformer, every single switchgear, cutout, arrestor, polymers, everything that is associated with that. And we have to really weigh the cost of changing voltages with the cost to do so and the benefits that we would gain or not gain in doing so. And I would say that if you are going to look at different voltages for a specific area, regardless of Denver or any other area within the PSCO service territory, that you do so in a ring fence. And by that, I mean, you take a small area or an area, you ring fence it and you say, okay, this area is being, developed now. It's all greenfield, nothing there. And we're going to take this area and only have it be X voltage, and everything outside that area is a different voltage. And then you don't mix and match voltages either.
Got it. So what would it take in your mind to get to this point where you would have this ringed effect of when would it be beneficial for the company to increase voltage, let's say in the Denver area? Because we do know that land is expensive in Denver. And if we have a certain location that we have substations and feeders right now, and we can reuse those at a higher voltage, what would it take for the company to actually make the decision that that might be a way to take advantage of the land or the real estate we have now and maybe be more cost effective for the customers?
Yeah, I think, whenever those opportunities come up, they are evaluated at a very high level. And then if we determine that, we see a benefit, we would dig deeper. I don't have parameters for you. I don't have a say, like, if this happens, then we would do this. I don't really have anything like that. We would just use our engineering judgment to maybe say, like, okay, in this area, we know we're going to need 20, 15 kV feeders to serve this area. And we know this in this road, physically, we cannot fit 20 feeders in this area. So, hey, we need to do something different, or we need to work with that land developer and or the city to determine what has to happen in order for us to serve those new customers.
So when was the last time the company made that high level evaluation of Denver?
I'm getting some feedback here. Am I still coming through okay?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. I would say we constantly do that with not just Denver, but all cities when either there's greenfield areas or redevelopments. And we try to determine what the best course of action is for not only the customer that we're potentially serving, that's redeveloping the area, but for the rest of our customers. Because to move to a totally different voltage, or even a similar voltage that we have today in different parts of the area, we may have to still get different equipment in the Denver area. Like if we chose to make it a network system versus non-network, if we chose to even make it a network system, it does cost more money. So you really have to, you can't just take one single thing into account. You really have to look at the big picture, and then also note that, part of our charge here as a company and what we do in system planning is not just look at overloads, but we look at N-1 scenarios. And that means for loss of a feeder, do we have available switching capacity? And if you're mixing voltages or you're having voltages that are, on this side of the street, it's 15 kV, on this side of the street, it's 25 kV, you now can't tie those two systems together. So you have to even double your amount of 25 kV because now you're going to have sufficient switching capacity in order to, maintain that reliability. And that adds cost too. So I think it's not just, one size fits all. It's like, does this make sense? And is it cost effective? And does it still accomplish serving the customer, being safe and reliable?
Got it. So I understand from what you just said that the company's constantly reevaluating or evaluating whether that makes sense. Has the company actually looked at Denver's downtown network itself to make a holistic view of the whole network, whether that would make sense to actually upgrade the voltage?
We have at a high level. I would say that you might want to ask Mr. Mino if we've done any more than just a back of the envelope estimate, because like I said, to upgrade Denver's network to a different voltage, I mean, you're talking new standards because it's a network, new supply chain, new training, new tools. And the cost of networks, last time I did an estimate, which was about 6 years ago, they're about 3 times the cost of our regular radial network. Again, that was a while ago. So just, we have to balance everything.
Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate your time and your explanation.
Thank you.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Stockmeyer, do we have your question? Can you re-ask Ms. McDermott?
Sure thing. Yes, thank you, Chair. Hello again, Ms. McDermott. We were discussing a hypothetical. So let's assume we have a feeder that has a large customer that uses more than 15% of the annual energy supplied by a feeder, and that feeder is not a dedicated feeder. If the feeder were to be shown on an HCA map, without any express disclosure that it had a customer using 15% or more of the energy, it would not be possible to derive this large customer's individual energy usage, would it?
My answer is maybe, not definitive yes. It's a maybe because it's an estimate, and you would reverse engineer how HCA is calculated to figure out that customer's energy usage.
And without divulging any highly confidential information, are you able to put a finer point on how you could reverse engineer the customer's energy usage information?
Yes, I will do my best. And if I get too far, I ask that my counsel stop me. So if there is unblurred lines, so you see the lines of the feeder and you know the large customer that's there, you can take an estimate of all the generation on other customers, premises, if you will, and then reverse the calculation along with our tabular data to eventually get a energy usage for the one customer. Again, you're estimating along the way, and you're estimating along the feeder the estimates of the other customers' generation plus load, and then you're taking the tabular data for load and reverse engineering the math.
Okay. You would agree with me that that would be quite a difficult process, correct?
I don't know that I would agree with you. I would say with today's AI tools, and I am no expert at AI, but with today's AI tools, that could be an algorithm that may be out there that could be done. And again, I am no expert there. I am just, I just know that AI is pretty intelligent.
And you would have to know this customer was there, you said, correct?
If you have,
customer is.
If you have unblurred maps or access to any other information, such as Google Maps, you know that they're there.
And you said you would need the other information from the other customers along the feeder. Can you clarify what information you would need from those other customers?
No, I said you can estimate or make an engineering estimate on the other customers.
From what, on what basis?
just your engineering knowledge or anything that is public knowledge for an algorithm. And you can come up, I didn't say you could come up with an exact amount of energy usage for that large customer. I said you could come up with an estimate.
Okay. And you couldn't come up with the amount that the company actually meters from that customer, just an estimate, right?
From my knowledge, I could only come up with an estimate.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. McDermott. I think we will stop there.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to IREC. We have 90 minutes. I'm hoping it won't take 90 minutes, but we'll get as far as we can today. We have about
It
40
certainly
minutes
won't.
left.
I think we'll be able to squeeze it in here. Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. McDermott. It's nice to meet you. My name is Sky Stanfield, and I'm going to ask you some questions today on behalf of my client, the Interstate Renewable Energy Council, or IREC. You've had a number of questions so far on issues that I'm going to overlap with, so I'm trying not to ask the same questions, and I appreciate your patience. I want to just sort of lay like a starting foundation, which is that in your rebuttal testimony, you discussed the company's position with respect to publication of the load hosting capacity analysis specifically. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe so. Yep.
Okay. And to start us off, can you confirm that the company has created a load hosting capacity map?
Yes, we have for this proceeding.
Okay. And can you also confirm that the company has no plans to make this load hosting capacity map available to the public outside of the context of this proceeding due to the company's grid security concerns?
I would say as of right now, that is a correct statement.
Okay. Do you think that position is going to change, or are you?
I think that depending on how the rest of this hearing goes, and if I'm subject to a highly confidential session and Mr. Marion's testimony, that it may. But I think there's a lot of ifs and buts in there.
Okay, I'll follow along closely then. Could you please bring up hearing exhibit 802? Thank you. This is a copy of the Colorado Revised Statutes Section 40-2132.5. In other words, the codified version of SB 24-218. Can you please scroll down to page 9? Okay, let's see. So this, I'm going to start by us looking at section 5 here, and then just to establish where we are, can you scroll down to the next page? To start of subsection D, just a little further down there. Okay, Ms. McDermott, can you familiarize yourself with subsection D and then the following subsection D, Roman numeral 3, please?
Okay.
Okay.
You said
I assume,
sorry.
go ahead.
You said Roman numeral 3, right?
Yeah, the one that starts with includes detailed mapping.
Yes. Okay.
So I assume that you are familiar with this section of the statute. Is that correct?
At a high level, yes. However, as I've stated before, I am no lawyer.
Yeah, understand. So do you agree then that just based on the plain reading of the language before you, that the statute requires publication of detailed mapping of the hosting capacity or of hosting capacity?
The statute says includes detailed mapping of distribution hosting capacity. Yes.
Okay. Does it state anything in subsection D3 about publishing tabular data instead of doing a detailed mapping?
It does not specifically say tabular data instead of mapping, but it also says with appropriate safeguards to protect.
Great, I'm going to get to that next. So you can confirm that it specifies that the appropriate safeguards to protect critical infrastructure are to be determined by the commission?
It does state as determined by the commission, yes.
Okay. And can you also confirm that this statute requires the commission to make this determination at the time that the commission evaluates the company's distribution system plan?
Again, in my plain reading, it says the commission shall evaluate whether the distribution system plan, and then it goes on to say Roman numerals 1, 2, and 3, 4, and however many are left. So yes, again, I am no attorney. So in plain language for an engineer, yes.
Okay, good. You and I are plain language is all I'm trying to get at here. Just looking at where we're starting from here. Okay, can you now scroll up to page 7, please? Okay, I'm looking for subsection 4C here, which I think should be down. Hold on. Sorry, I'm having to orient myself here. I think it's up a little bit. Or no, you're right. It's 4C. Scroll down. Sorry. Should be lowercase c. So a little bit further down, maybe. There we go. Yes. Okay. Can you please familiarize yourself with, or actually, why don't you just read aloud the lowercase subsection c here?
A qualifying retail utility shall identify interconnection and load hosting capacity for DERs, including beneficial electrification and transportation electrification for disproportionately impacted communities within its service territory.
Thank you. Are you familiar with this requirement as well?
I am not as familiar with this requirement, I have to say. Okay.
This is in, just to be clear for the record, section 40-2 132.54C. So understanding that you may not be familiar with this, I'll ask my follow-on questions and maybe we need to direct them elsewhere. I'm wondering if you can point me to whether the company has identified load hosting capacity for disproportionately impacted communities. And if so, can you point me to where or how the company has done that?
I am not aware of that. So I might have to follow up with you on that one. I don't even know who to point that to and who would be a good reference.
Okay. Maybe, how should we handle this? Mr. Simser, can you circle back if there is a party or a company witness that would be willing to speak to this?
Is this a filing requirement, Ms. Stanfield?
Is it a fight? What do you mean by that?
I'm trying to follow here, but a qualifying retail utility shall identify interconnection and load testing capacity for DERs. Is that something that the company was supposed to file? Are you asking if it's in our filing?
It's as the statute requires it be done. It doesn't require it in the section on the DSP. So
Okay,
that's
that's
why
my
I'm
question.
asking if it has been done.
I can certainly try to track something down for you and get it in as a late filed exhibit to the extent it has been done, but I can't answer your question on that.
Okay. Thank you. So to the extent I would be interested in knowing if it's been done, where it's been done, and how it's been done, so that I can understand it in the context of the publication of the load hosting capacity map. Thank you. Just check. And then one specific question that relates to this is, my understanding, Ms. McDermott, is that in the load hosting capacity map that the company has published, that it doesn't currently contain any information with respect to disadvantaged communities specifically, or disproportionately impacted communities, sorry.
You're correct, as on the load hosting capacity map behind the secure web portal, it does not show where the disadvantaged or DI communities are as identified by the state of Colorado.
Okay, and that is on the blurred generation map. You've layered the Colorado Enviro screens, right?
I always get I believe you're correct.
I know the blurred and the unblurred gets one's mind.
Yeah, I believe you're correct, subject to me checking.
Okay. I think I'll move on from that. Actually, Chair, should I admit this hearing exhibit copy of the statute?
No, I don't think there's any need. I think this is in the record. Would you agree with that, Mr. Simpson?
Yes, Chair Blank.
Great. Thank you. Okay. Now I think you have your rebuttal testimony before you. On page 37, I'll let you get there.
Okay.
With respect to your recommendation that you make that the company not have to publish load HCA, I'm going to use the acronym HCA, I hope that's okay. You state, however, if the commission is considering some approach other than what I recommend, Public Service strongly suggests that it evaluate the issue in a thorough and thoughtful manner outside of this proceeding. Do you see that?
I do.
Is that still your recommendation?
Yes.
Okay, so is it accurate to say that the company's position is that if the commission agrees with it, that a load hosting capacity map should not be published, then it's fine to decide that here? But if the commission disagrees with the company, that it should make that decision outside of this proceeding?
Can I reread this whole paragraph?
Sure.
Real quick. Okay, can you re-ask your question again, just to make sure?
Yes. Is it accurate to say that the company's position, as you've articulated, is that if the commission agrees with the company that a load HCA map should not be published, then it's fine for the commission to decide that here. However, if the commission disagrees with the company, it should make that decision outside of this proceeding?
Yes.
Okay. Did the company have the opportunity to prepare a distribution system plan, submit opening and rebuttal testimony, conduct discovery, and to also submit additional arguments regarding grid security in the motion for extraordinary protection that it filed?
It is my understanding that we did.
Okay. Doesn't the statute that we were reviewing earlier explicitly require the commission to evaluate whether the company has included, quote, detailed mapping with appropriate safeguards when it evaluates the DSP?
Yes, that's what the words said when it evaluates the DSP.
Okay. I think I'll move on. So my understanding from your testimony and the testimony of others from the company is that the reasoning for not publishing the load HCA map at all after this proceeding is that you're concerned that bad actors would be able to better plan attacks if they had visibility into the full connectivity of the system combined with the loading constraints. Does that sound accurate?
Yes, high level, yes.
Okay. And you covered with Mr. Schlesinger that some of the information regarding feeders and taps might be discoverable via other means, but you noted that may not be the case for underground circuits. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's not as easy to discern for underground circuits.
Mm-hmm. Do you agree that for underground circuits, it could still be determined because there is some above ground equipment, though I agree not as easily?
I think you would have to use another means other than just above ground equipment to determine where underground lines were located.
To determine the exact routing, you mean?
To determine the exact, or the placement of them, yes.
Okay. Can you confirm that you don't have underground substations?
I can confirm we do not have underground substations in Piesco, yes.
Okay. And would you agree that substations are easily visible on Google Maps or even just by driving down the street?
Yes. I would say yes, most are. Some are starting to not be as visible though.
You mean the company is making specific efforts to make them less visible, or what do you mean by some of them are?
Yes, some of them have different facades or do not have overhead coming or going out of the facility. So if you didn't know it was, if you're the general public and you didn't know it was there, you wouldn't think any different.
Okay. And to your knowledge, are at least substations that are connecting to the transmission system often published on publicly available transmission system maps?
I am not an expert here as far as transmission goes, so I do not want to misspeak here.
Okay. Okay, moving from we've talked about the sort of physical locations of the routing of the system. And the other component that I think you've emphasized is important is the actual loading of the facilities. Would you agree that persons interested in determining when circuits or other facilities are peaking, that they might be able to approximate that using other publicly available information?
No, I can't say that I would. I don't know what other publicly available information you're speaking to.
Have you investigated this? Have you thought about and tried to analyze whether this information is publicly available, or are you just assuming that you're unaware of it?
Of what information? Sorry.
The loading of the system?
The loading of Piesco's system?
Uh-huh.
I am not aware that it is publicly available.
Okay. Are you familiar with the software companies that are out there that are offering distribution system hosting capacity type analysis using publicly available information?
I am not, but if you maybe give me an example of someone, maybe I have heard of them before.
One example is a company called GridTwin that utilizes customer profiles, building square footage, et cetera, from publicly available sources, or that's my understanding, to pretty accurately be able to identify hosting capacity constraints.
Okay, no, I have not heard of that company.
Okay. Okay, moving on. Would you agree that while the load hosting capacity map might make it easier to plan geographically specific attacks and provide more precise information about how to target those attacks, that it would still be possible for bad actors to plan these attacks even without any hosting capacity map at all?
I can't remember how, like, who asked me this similar question earlier. Like, I I don't want to speak for a bad actor, so I don't know if it would be as easy or not.
Okay, but in your testimony, you say you think it would be easier. So are you in that when you were saying that, or what are you basing that on if you're not comfortable speculating now?
I think it would be easier for a bad actor to use our published information to discern where to get some. You asked me about other information.
Okay.
I'm not sure about that, or that's how I understood the question.
That's fair. Okay.
If I misinterpreted it, please ask it again.
Yeah, no, I think that that's a fair characterization. What I'm trying to understand is whether you've spent time or the company has spent time analyzing whether or not those attacks could be coordinated without the map. Because the conclusion I'm trying to understand is that we've decided that the maps would make it easier. But if it's possible to use other tools to coordinate or plan those attacks, that would help us in evaluating what additional risk the hosting capacity analysis might be adding.
I see. Okay. In that case, I would request that you direct that question to Mr. Marion. He might have a better answer for you.
Okay, I will. Thank you very much.
Yes.
And then this is in the same vein. Would you agree that a hosting capacity map, no matter how detailed it is, so all the nodes totally public with, extremely granular information, doesn't on its own enable an attack to happen? In other words, even if a map told a potential bad actor where a line was and what it connected to or what its peak load was, would the actor still need to be able to infiltrate the utilities control system or other systems connecting to it to conduct a cyber attack?
I am not an expert on cyber, but I can tell you they could do it from a physical standpoint.
So to conduct a physical attack, they would still need to be able to, for example, gather sufficient weaponry or explosives to be able to successfully execute the attack.
Again, I am no expert here. I assume that's what they would do, but again, I can't answer that question fully.
Okay, I'm going to try this one more time, and I understand if you don't want to. I understand and appreciate that you're not a bad actor. Let's just say it that way. I want to make sure I understand or make clear that the hosting capacity map itself is not the only thing that enables an attack. Would you agree with that sort of simple statement?
Somewhat. I would say it helps to enable.
Helps to enable, but on its own, Like just knowing a map, knowing that there's a hosting capacity map and the information on it doesn't cause an attack to happen.
From my expertise, no. However, I would ask that you ask Mr. Marion that question, who has a much broader sense of grid security than I do.
Okay, I will do that. Okay, moving on from there. We've talked about your concerns that if the map was publicly available, it would be easier for bad actors to plan these geographically specific attacks. I believe that you've already stated that if this map was publicly available, that it would be easier for customers and other legitimate enterprises seeking to site new load, such as electric vehicle chargers, to locate areas with capacity for their projects. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes, they could use this map to as one tool to possibly cite their EV charger, as you gave an example of. But again, it's just a point, it would only be a point in time.
Yeah, right. And do you agree that by doing that, by using the map, and especially if it was updated, that it could be used by third parties to help identify better ways to utilize existing grid capacity, such that the company might be able to defer or even avoid having to invest ratepayer dollars in certain upgrades?
I'm not sure I would agree with that as you've said it. Let me make sure I understand your question. If I'm an EV charger developer and I want to go look at a load hosting capacity map, and I find a section that is green, let's say, and green means I have, I don't know, I'm making this up, 3 megawatts of load still to provide on the feeder. And I want to site my chargers on that green piece of the feeder. Then your question is, wouldn't that defer other upgrades? And
not quite. You're close though. Let me try it again. So okay. Let's say I'm an EV charging developer and I'm looking for a site that has 3 megawatts of capacity, but say there are 10 potential properties that I'm looking at that are proximate to the fleet that I'm trying to serve, proximate to the highway, something like that. And absent information about the sites that have capacity, I might pick one that doesn't have capacity and go through the process of applying and the company having to upgrade the circuit to accommodate my EV charger. But if I had access to a hosting capacity map that identified for me of those 10 sites, which ones did have capacity, and I chose to go with those sites, wouldn't that potentially result in us not needing to upgrade the other site?
Maybe, but we wouldn't have had to upgrade. Maybe we wouldn't have had to upgrade the site anyway, because that customer wasn't there.
I'm not sure I follow.
So you're saying that we would have upgraded the feeder that was like already overloaded, and that's where they wanted their charger. But if they would have known of another place to put their chargers, we wouldn't have had to upgrade the feeder?
Yeah, so if you're choosing between just 2 sites, one with capacity and one without capacity, if you choose the one without capacity, then an upgrade is required to accommodate it, correct?
Yes, but the one without capacity anyway is on our list to do an upgrade because it's already loaded.
No, I'm saying they're a new load that is looking at a site that has 3 megawatts of available capacity with no customers on it.
Yep. Yeah.
So if you choose not to go to that site and go to the other site, an upgrade is happening. But if you go to the site where there is available capacity an upgrade doesn't need to happen for that customer.
An upgrade doesn't need to happen for that customer on the site, that the feeder that had capacity. But the company is still going to upgrade the other feeder regardless if that customer went there, because there was already no capacity on that site.
So if say the feeder had 1 megawatt capacity and that the forecast did not have planned load growth outside of this customer coming, and they wanted to put 3 megawatts in, would the company have already planned to upgrade it? It depends on the sizing, right?
It depends, and it depends on the mitigation for that entire project. I think as we've put in a testimony, both my testimony and Mr. Mino's testimony, that our projects or our mitigations solve more than one risk. So we may have still been doing that other project because it solved that feeder problem and maybe 3 more feeder problems at the same time.
Does the company think it's irrelevant where customers cite their load with respect to the types of upgrades that it might have to do?
What do you mean by irrelevant?
Meaning, we're talking about a couple hypothetical locations, and what I'm understanding you saying is we're going to upgrade them anyways.
Well,
I hope that's not.
In our hypothetical situation, we already had a feeder that didn't have capacity on it. So I hypothetically assumed it was already on our risk list to be mitigated.
Right. But if it had some hosting capacity on it, but not enough for that individual customer's needs,
and
it may or may not have already been on the company's list.
It may or may not have, correct.
So it may, so in again, going back to the case that if I could have picked the site with 3 megawatts of existing capacity, if I chose that site, would you avoid, not necessarily avoid long-term, you may still have to upgrade those feeders because other load comes in the future, but you're going to defer the need to do it for that immediate customer.
Yeah, in your particular case now, yes, I agree with you.
Okay. And when the company does need to upgrade or install even a new circuit or a substation to accommodate load growth, so this hypothetical customer or just more in general, its shareholders would typically earn a rate of return on that investment. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay. So if a public load hosting capacity map did exist and customers were able to use it to find locations on the grid with existing capacity to site their projects instead of locations with limited or no capacity, might that ultimately result in deferring or even avoiding upgrades?
I would say that in your hypothetical example, maybe.
Okay. And that might also mean that the company wouldn't have an opportunity to earn a rate of return on those upgrades, right?
In your hypothetical example, yes.
And ratepayers wouldn't have to pay for that upgrade as well. Is that right? In my hypothetical example?
Correct. That's my understanding.
Okay. Would you agree that one of the goals of a good load hosting capacity map is to help people avoid or defer or pick locations where we can avoid upgrades?
I would say I think that's, as I understand it from stakeholders, EV developers and other developers, that would be their goal. But there are other customers and stakeholders that it doesn't matter where it doesn't matter if this part of the area is green and this part's red. They want to be in the red zone, and that's where they want to be.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think some customers have more site flexibility. Some customers, though, have timeline constraints, so they're really eager to find something that has capacity, so I don't have to wait for an upgrade. You know, it's really customer dependent. But a
Yep.
load hosting capacity helps all customers make those decisions in theory.
Possibly. I don't know what percentage of customers, but possibly some percentage.
Okay, thank you. I just have one last question. Can you tell me how much money the company has spent preparing this load hosting capacity map that it doesn't intend to make public?
I do not know.
Okay.
That might be another, I'm not sure if we had to record that.
Do you know, if you don't know the specific number, do you know if the ratepayers are going to carry the cost for the development of this non-public map, or if the company's shareholders are going to carry the cost of this non-public map?
I do not know the answer to that either.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you. Thank you for your time, Ms. McDermott.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any final matters before we adjourn for the day and come back tomorrow at 1 p.m. Ms. Mandel.
I have no matters of no.
I see. You were ready to cross-examine.
I'm actually okay with waiving cross of Ms. McDermott now. Thank you.
Okay. So let's unless there's any final matters, let's come back tomorrow afternoon at 1 p.m. With UCA cross of Ms. McDermott and then commissioner questions. Any final things? All right, we're on break. See everybody tomorrow at 1 and public comment hearing tonight at 4:30. Thanks.